คนชอบรู้สึกว่ามันเร็วแต่จริงๆแบบหมดสุดๆอัดเพราะว่าตัวเขา3 เทอม
ใช่เซมิสเตอร์
ระบบเทอมไม่ได้เซมิสเตอร์จริงมันคือ2 เทอม2 เซมิสเตอร์แต่นี่คือ3 เทอมตึ๊บเสร็จปุ๊บอีก3 เดือนสุดท้ายคือทำจริงๆคือไม่ต้องหายใจแต่คือทำงานอย่างดี
Hello. Welcome to Faculty of Architecture. พี่อาจารย์เขาดูตื่นเต้นกับสเปซเราเฮ้ยเรียกตัวโตอาจารย์จำได้มีเรื่องคุยกับอาจารย์เยอะมากเลยสันใจแต่เข้าใจว่าอาจารย์แต่แบบน่าจะยุ่งตอนมันจบการจ้างแล้วก็ไปรีวิวโอ้ต้องสู้นะหมายถึงอันนี้ใช่ไหมจ๊ะคือผมพยายามฟูไว้ก่อนผมคิดว่าคนหนึ่งก็น่าจะ10 นาที12 นาทีแต่ว่าไม่ได้ดีจ้ะแต่ตอนแรกผมกะว่าจะให้ถามตอบกันเป็นแต่ว่าสีแดงจบสีแดงเสร็จแล้วก็คุยกันอะไรอาจารย์จบสีเขียวเพราะมันเป็นกลุ่มเบาๆเลยแยกแดงเขียวน้ำมันว่ากลัวดิสคัชชั่นกันเยอะไปอาจารย์ผมส่งใบให้คะแนนไปในอีเมลนะจ๊ะจะได้เรียงตามชื่อแล้วผมจะให้นักศึกษาให้ด้วย
เดินผ่านห้องนะมันเคยมีอะไร
น่าจะล็อกใช่เอาเชอรี่ไม่มาหรอกเชอรี่ออนไลน์
ฮัลโหลอาจารย์
คุณชื่ออะไรนะยูจีนใช่ไหม
Sorry for
ยู
joining
จีนส่งเม
online
ลมากันได้ไหม
today.
คือเขาส่งมาคนเดียวเขาบอกว่าเขาไม่เข้าใจ assignment เรื่องของเวลาทำเพิ่มอีก1 อาทิตย์ผมบอกว่าได้แต่เธอได้เลทนะแต่ว่าวันนี้เธอต้องมี something to talk ด้วยเพราะว่าไม่งั้นเพื่อนได้คะแนนไม่ได้เขาบอกว่าแบบเขาเหมือนกับที่เราเดินซิตี้อะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็ไม่ได้ไม่ค่อยเก็ตใช่อาจารย์อ๋อครับอาจารย์มันรีบมากเหลือเกิน
Can you tell them? No, sorry.
Yeah, I guess so.
Only one that tell.
Sherry. Okay. Yeah. She immigrant to this country, like, or she go abroad? Oh, she's in Norway. Oh, Germany. Okay, that's fine. But let's make it easy. You can join Zoom as well. That's fine. Sherry. Oh, okay. Oh, it was yesterday. Oh, that's why. What? The score sheet that I just sent you, right? Yeah, you have to score it. Score. Yeah, all of the members have to score 10% to your friends. To your friends. So like, so at least like me and Achanka will give you 15, and then plus with you 10. But it's all average score together. So you be the one who score them as well. But don't score yourself. They have one blink that your name could be blink because you can score yourself, right? So, oh, you just send me to the mail individually, like just private. ตัวนี้ได้จากเป็นแค่ใบเดียว That's why I just show on the screen ครับผม คุณเหม็นนี่ชูก็อยู่ครับเลยก็อยู่เข้าไปด้วย Okay, most of them in Zoom, Miss Sherry, Eugene, Saul, Jonathan. Oh, you are here, and you're also in the Zoom as well. So that's mean like they have two more. What? Yeah, you have to drop it on the drive and then just share the screen on Zoom or anything. Hello, Eugene. You are the first one to present. Are you all right?
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You just pick something. You just present your idea about your tomorrow city.
Hello?
Yeah, you can share the screen, but before you do that, I will do the summarize something. So your time will start at 2:15. Okay. Oh, you couldn't hear me, I think.
Hello?
Can you hear me, Eugene?
I'm getting you, sir.
Uh-huh.
I'm getting you.
Okay. Oh, okay. Getละผมgetละนี่เขียนผม แสดงว่าใน YouTube ผมต้องปิด YouTube ด้วยกระตุกนี้โอเค sorry for the technical term Eugene can you hear me can you respond to me
Yes, I'm getting.
can you speak something Eugene I couldn't hear you
Hello, I'm getting it, sir. I'm getting it.
oh wait can you speak it again
I'm getting it.
yeah I can hear you now
Yeah, okay.
I'm so sorry guys have many computerผมต้องมิวด้วยนะครับมันจะกระจัดมันจะของสวัสดี Hello ผมก็จะไม่ได้ยินใครเลย Hello okay, this could be better only Okay, let's start now. Good afternoon, everyone in the class and also online. I hope you guys are ready for presentation today because today you will collect for 25% as a final exam, but it's final evaluations. But not just you will be the one who be evaluated. You are also be evaluator as well. So you have to score your friends for 10%. So you have to listen to your friends' work carefully and give them 10% as well. Okay. So all of the score sheet is already on mail. So you can find the score sheet on mail right now. And as you can see on the screen right now, this is the name list. Following the schedule for today, it starts with Eugene, Cal, and then following to this name list. You guys have 10 minutes at least for 10 minutes. And then after the colors, after the red colors, we will discuss something. And then after the green colors, we will discuss something. And then after blue color, we will discuss something. So you will all have about 10 to 15 minutes each work. Okay, so before we jump into that, right, I would like to show you what we have done for this semester. We just straight to the city by mixed-use activities, right? I want you to all see that the activities in the city it's just not one single function, but it's all mixed with understanding of people. And then I bring you guys to understand your own area, your own communities. And we can see that the city has produced or managed by the strategies. Hello? Hello, Eugene, you have problem with the sound? Maybe you
No.
not speak it to me. Okay, that's fine. Okay. And then you found out that the city was drive with the strategies and make the city, the area private and public. But people, they use the city by understanding the strategy by using tactics. And then the city is vibrate to the mixed use. And like Chiang Mai, as we know, like we already said that Chiang Mai was produced for the smart city, but actually like the Chiang Mai city was run by the small people like digital nomad or subculture, and that you study about your communities, and then I provide you for groups like the tactic groups, the strategy groups, and then the future group that you're pretty hard to find the mixed use on the tangible, but you find in the social spaces or maybe like in the digitalizations. And then Ajahn Kai, ASST.PROF.DR.PRANOM just said about the what is the city and bring you to understand the concept of sustainable city by SDG. And then we try to see lead you to understand from the top view and the bottom view to creating your own topic. And then you done your midterm with your report. The first half of the report is about your draft of the city, like what the city that you would like to be, following to the community, following to the sustainable goal, and then we write back to the school. And from that report, we provide you guys for 3 groups. The first group, very focusing on the social engagement. The second, focusing on the infrastructure and environmental. And the last one is focusing on the economy. And then we lead you to understand the city by management and governance by making the cultural mapping, by setting baseline map, which is we use Chiang Mai on Chiang Mai and Kan Luang area for the case study that you use the cultural mapping tools to understand baseline map. And then you do your own baseline map. And then you're creating your own idea about the 6 stakeholder by governance. And then we have the city walks, guys. Last 2 weeks, we have city walks together. And then this is real life. We like in the city with the gap and we strive with the developments and everything. And then we hold the event in the space that never created for us. We do like the rocking area. We do the presentation in the cafe. And then we end the city walk by understanding the city, the urban development and urban governance. And then this is today. I will creating your own, you upgrade your report to become your tomorrow city. And this is your time to present us what is the idea of sustainable city, which is you related to. And also the secondly, we would like to see what is the urban management, what is the new action for the city. And third, I would like to see the participations of the stakeholder in your city. So this is will end up with the sustainable urban communities, management and governance following the cars. Okay, so this is the first presentation from Eugene. Eugene, if you're ready, you can share your screen and then do the presentation for 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, Sherry, you do have something to say? Oh, it's okay now. Thank you. Okay, Eugene, it's your time. Share your screen and then.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I know it might not be as expected because me, I'm the other side of the continent, so probably it might be a bit different from my colleagues because my colleagues are right there in Thailand. So my presentation.
Wait a minute, Eugene. We have to share your screen on the screen here as well.
Hello.
Can you share your screen again, please?
Okay. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Now, I think I'll begin with ASST interaction which we had. Positioning myself as part of the community, right? Generally, I'm a civil servant by nature. That's my job. I'm staying in Kitika. Kitika is a town which is within the Copper Belt of Zambia. I work in the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, which is the government wing. This is an institution where it is involved in disease control. And since we are interacting, dealing with livestock, definitely we interact with farmers, right? And then these farmers which we interact with them, they grow crops, and as well they always keep cattle. Now, within our community, how do we network, or how do we guide, right? Basically, our community is headed by a district commissioner, who is appointed by the president. Now, within the community, we normally use gadgets such as phones in case we want to communicate. We also use email, and also we use Twitter. We have also formed WhatsApp group. Sometimes we use Facebook, Instagram. Now, we are dealing with farmers. We also communicate, networking through cooperative, farmers group, and sometimes we do exchange visits. Now, when you are talking about the government system, the networks, we sometimes use memo, circular, minutes, or meetings. These are just a simple map showing the way we normally do networking using different gadgets. As you can see, the other one using a laptop, the other one might be using the phone. Now, how do I identify? How would you identify our community? If you come here in our area, the most important thing you have to it's an area where it's a cosmopolitan type of arrangement, whereby farming is a major activity in our area, and therefore the only thing we can identify, you see a lot of animals. Basically it's just farmers who are here. Very few of our civil servants. Now I come to the sustainability and sustainable goal. ASST goals. What is it? Now, sustainable development goal is also known as global goal. It was adopted in 2016 as the Universal Action. Its formation was also formation. Basically, it was just to call for end of poverty, and as well as to protect the planet by the year 2030. Further, it has also 17 goals to meet. Amongst them, the 11th goal is concerning about sustainable cities and the community. Now, we further go, we need to know what is a sustainable city. According to the report gathered in 1996, a sustainable development is an aspect whereby you're able to deliver basic environmental, economic, social services to our people or the community without setting the habit of natural sources. I can just give you an example, like a city in Poland. I don't know this name. Is it Wrocław? Yes. It's a city which is known for a market square, right? And it has developed a strategy whereby it is involving the community in order for them to develop a sustainable city. It has come up with a strategy, a vision 2030, whereby it is involving the community. Now, in this kind of arrangement, we realize that community participation is also even engaging the private sector, and other stakeholders for them to design new application for them to achieve the sustainability in terms of the development of the city. Now, what type of city do I need? Let's not say, before even go very far, we need to understand what do we mean by city. Basically, a city is has got a lot of concepts depending on what context are you trying to apply. Right now, according to UN, it is defined that it's not an easy to it's not an easy way to explain as it is, but different concepts. It's saying that some people might define a city as what agglomeration, or some might define it as city proper. Now, according to the Oxford, a city, it can be physical or building which people, a collective of people might, you find people within the same area, people with same ideology. Of course, sometimes they might have people, people who are similar ideology, similar objective, and as well, people of different culture. Sometimes it should address social environment through planning, management, and also infrastructure. Sustainable city should also as well address transportation problem, which might be existing in some of these areas. And also, a city should also try to keep relevant, achieve its sustainability by way of providing opportunities and other access to social amenities, such as building like public health buildings, and also as well as economic development, technology hub, and other things which might stimulate public health economy within the city. Now, finally, this is, although I didn't participate, I think this one was more or less like physical. I got baseline, a picture showing the city of Chiang Mai, whereby I was able to identify some the airport, the markets, and the temple, and the other infrastructure within the city of Chiang Mai. Any further details, I think I'll put it in my detailed report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eugene. And we will discuss about your project later. And next, who is next? Thank you, Eugene. Okay, you guys don't forget to give them the score as well. So who is the second members? It's here. Yeah. Aline, can you share the screen? Of course. And then after event, we will discuss about the red group, right? About what you have done for 5 people. So continue to count. Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you very much.
What? Oh, okay. I stop it first. Okay, now you can share. Yeah, you can do this. I
It means okay, we can hear. Is it clear? Okay. So how about the song? Can he ask my boy clearly? Okay. Someone show finger. Right now. No. Yes, okay. I will stick. So my presentation start 2:25. So hello, Ajay and my colleague. I'm very happy to present my topic, which is about a case study of my capital cities in Rakhine State, Myanmar. So the title is about how to get my city to be a just and sustainable capital city. So content, I have included high content, as you can see. The first one is about my community as a cities, and the second one is about the cities and how to be the city as an inclusive, cohesive, and well-governed city. And number 3 is about the case study that we have done in Chiang Mai, and also it is about the cultural mapping. And 4 is about the social engagement perspective that we did the presentation for the management and governance perspective during our talk. And finally, I would like to present about my city, how to build the sustainable city. So let me start with my community. So community, I would like to introduce some definition. As you can see here, there's an actually high definition written in various dictionary. And as you can see, these are mostly about people with common interests and people with common characteristics and professional interests and so on and so forth, as you can see. So out of this various kind of interpretation, I would suggest that number 2 and number 4 are the keys, are the most appropriate definitions and interpretation of community when it comes to my community. So this is why I would like to say number two, it is most like a group of people with a common characteristics and interest living together within a larger society. Number four, which is about bodies of persons or nations having common histories and common social economies and political interests. So I'm interested in how people in my community communicate. And if you look at this, in general definition, communication is mostly defined as the act of transferring information from one person, place, or group to another. So when I analyze how the people in my community communicate, they communicate in three ways for three reasons. So firstly, they communicate for their economies and commercial affairs, for their living. And the second one, they communicate for their service and political path. And the third one is for their communication on social and religion issues. I think these are the three most important reasons and motivation for the people in my community to communicate, which is others. So I would come to the second chapter, which is about how to build my city to be an inclusive, cohesive, and well-governed city. And I have also taken this idea according to the ideas, the theory or the production of space by Lebron. Maybe I mispronounced the name. So according to this idea, according to the theories of production of space, you have three kinds of space in your environment. The first one is about the physical environment, and the second one is about the social environment. The first one is about the physical space, and the second one is about the social space, and the third one is about the spiritual space. So by taking the consideration from this theory, I try to present my city based on these three key topics. So if we look at our city through this theories of production of space, first you can see is that the city as a physical identity, it had the landmark, it had the physical networking, and the second one about the social space, it has a political system, it has social system, how people organize in the city. So this is about the social space. So under the topic of the social space, you can also have three sub tasks and plan. The first one is about the socially inclusive and engaging city that we need to build for our cities. And the second one is about the portable, accessible, and equitable cities. And the third one is about collectively managed and democratically governed. So this is about the social space. And the third one is about the spiritual. Spiritual is about the, it is most like intangible things, intangible component of the cities. So this is why it is about the representation of the place and the harmonies among the group, according to my interpretation. And also it is about the harmony through the belief and faith. So these are three key topics that I would like to present my city through the theory of the production of space. But on the other hand, I also think that my city is not that good at the current moment. So the question is that how can I move? How can I make my city from the current situation to a better situation? So for me, to achieve these three fundamental goals and topics, we need to use three key mechanisms. So to achieve the first goal, we need to have an inclusive mechanism in our city regarding to the physical identity of the city. And the second mechanism, which is about responses, we need to have a responsive governance style and social system which respond to the wish of the people, to the needs of the citizen. Also, it's for the people who live in the city. So this is about second topic and goal. And for the dark goal, I think we need to have a cohesive and resilient sort of mechanism in order to have acquire and mindful place for our cities. So this is all about the second chapter that I want to present to my city. So when it comes to our case study in Chiang Mai, we have also presented something about social engagement and what social engagement really means and what are the players that represents the topics of social engagement. So according to the conclusion, as you can see, we have high area that represents social engagement. But I think for now, we think that we can differentiate that the motivation that people interest in each area is different from one another, and it can be categorized for commercials, lifestyles, and suppressed into three categories. So for commercial, we can include the things like market and no-toll transportation. For lifestyle, we can include the coffee shop, and for suppress, we can include the temple on the side there. And also the way people are socially engaged in this area are also different. So for the commercial purpose like markets and no-toll transportation, people usually socially engaged in town or extra social engagement. It means you engage with someone out of your social cycle. Maybe there's a very different person in the market. And also the second type for the lifestyle, it is most like when you go to the coffee shop, when you socially engage the people in the coffee shop, you usually engage the people within your social cycle, your friends, your families, and your known people. This is where we can go inter-social engagement. And for the task like suppress, represents the temple. It is a kind of intra-social engagement. It means you engage the place, the temple, or the monks in the temple from what things you saw, from what things you separate. So this is more like intra-social engagement that you try to do. So this one, I think these three place and this place are also different to others regarding the social engagement. So let me conclude. Okay, I cannot see my way. So from management perspective, I think there's a three problems I have presented, but I will not talk to much about that because we have already presented this problem in the previous presentation. What I want to go is I cannot move. Okay. Okay, Ajahn. What I want to go is how to bear my city for the sustainable development goal. So I have chosen three targets. Four targets from the sustainable plan. Target 1, it is about the slang community in my cities, and solution I have written, but I will not present for the sake of time. And target 2, it is about the transportation system and solution I have written. And for the target 6, it is about the environmental issue and solution I have presented. And for the target 7, it is about the speech, public speech and solution I have presented. So in collaboration with the key stakeholder, I have also presented how should we communicate with the key stakeholder from the business community and civil society. And for number C, I think city have a distance characteristic when it comes to urban planning because it is so close to the DC4. So this is why I also suggested how should we think about the urban planning and DC4 when it comes to city. According to the UN Habitat theories, the link between the two issues.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Make sure that you put all the information on the report that you just drop it on the drive. Okay, so guys, you have to prepare. You have 10 minutes to present, but that's fine. Make sure you put everything on the report. So moving on to the third person. Yes. Kun Yi Kêu.
Yeah, let me share my screen first.
She's already on the Zoom. Perhaps could you pass the mic for me?
Okay, sorry.
Yes, Ajahn, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. But
Yeah.
I don't know what the song is coming from somewhere.
Yeah, Ajahn, I'm sorry, I'm outside.
Oh, that's
yeah,
fine.
yeah, a little bit noise from my side. Sorry for that. Yeah. Uh, Yeah, I would like to present my articles. The city we need is people center etiquette and checks. So this is my paper outline, and in this point, overview, social impact, survey results, my tomorrow city, and the references. Yeah. In this paper, I'm trying to contact with Shanglezon village. Yeah, this is located in the Amarapura township. Mandalay. Mandalay is a southern central region of Myanmar and second largest city in the country after Yangon. It was a population of 1.37 million according to the census 2014. It comprised 6 townships, Almitasan, Chayitasan, Naha Almi, Chamyatasi, Pichitakon, and Amarapura. Yeah, Amarapura is considered one of Myanmar culture area, one of the country main economic and transportation hubs. Amarapura township comprise 166 village, and Shanglezon is one of them with a total area of 2.45 acre square mile, and is the light triangle shaped as you see in the figure. Yeah, the occupational structure of the village is largely diverse. Most of the population is engaged in farming, wood carvings, bronze casting, and self-employment. The 21.3% of students and 7.4% are unemployment, and 2.6% are running small business. Yeah, in 1996. Engineering Consultant Fund Association make an urban managed master plan and for Mandalay Mandalay City Development Committee. Yeah, this master plan include infrastructure plans such as transportation, water supply, sewage, and electricity. In March 2016, the MCTC signed with an agreement with Mandalay Business Capital City Development Company, NBCCD. Yeah, for the projects for the construction phase. In this project is with the aim of lift Mandalay living standard to the international level. Yeah. So what are the social impact when developed development when started the development project in the Shanglezon? Yeah, this project has 2 unit features. The first one is improving urban infrastructure, service quality, and comprehensive capacity development in municipal financial management. That will enhance Mandalay City credit and also they have social impacts on the rural habitats. Urbanization impacts on agriculture, land use and cropping pattern, transportation, income and occupation. Urban settlements, land under construction or infrastructure building has risks. Large scale, but it makes large scale land degradation. Natural landscape of the resident area or Shanglezon has been converted into concrete structure. Able land use for cultivation in village area has decreased in the recent. Yeah, another impress of the urbanization is that is a strong growth on the croppings and land use pattern as agricultural land. Vegetation cover has been transformed into land and construction, and that's why there is a rise in food commodity expense and urbanization impact the food supply. And also the occupational structure has largely switched and often employment opportunity often employment opportunity has increased. Education and medical facility has increased, and thus level of education and health quality has been improved. Yeah, urbanization has a little impact on living standard, water availability, out migration, and income labor. But the land price of the village had increased. Yeah, this is the one of the survey record according to the Shanghai Zone Development Projects. The healthy living in the city is the crucial area of the public greenery parks and the but villager has the same rate in the income level and living standard, not very much change because of the development projects. But you can see carbon patterns and livestock farmings and others are according to their survey is change, and the villager, some of the villagers move out from the village, and they live as a migrant, internet migration. Yeah. These are the some solution for the urbanization project in the Shanghai Zone area. Yeah, we need to some research, according to some research findings, citizens need to understand the issue and option for the urban planning. If not, the city design and planning will fail without their preference. City planners, designers, and authority need to consider the interaction between city design, social preference, human behavior, economic issue, and policy incentives. So policymakers at this stage, policymakers are specifically facing the need to achieve a sustainable development in the city to reduce the greenhouse gas emission without undermining well-being and quality of life. And another one is local authority need to control for the housing prices, which have risen sharply, and demand on infrastructures are increasing. Most rural areas that living in slum, where they are vulnerable to abuse, while deprived the most social services and lack access to basic infrastructure and better paying jobs. The job city offer for people with limited education, and those are in the informal sector, such as domestic work, street vending, and cosmetic or food services. Yeah, the third one is socio-cultural urbanization impact people ways of life and how they live, how they operate, how and play and interact with one another and their civilization. It also creates the population density of village in residential area to get increased, and some social classes can happen due to its consequences. So the city we need is a people center, etiquette, and checks. For this, local administrative sector must have planned to create a social engagement plan for the locals. And also local government must formulate policy to support the needs of the people, solve the problem, and promote all necessity. Yeah, these are some references for my papers. I'm In this presentation, I just present on the tomorrow city because I think like that the others are already finished. So if I'm wrong, sorry for my misunderstanding.
Anyway, thank you for your works, but you have 2 more minutes. But anyways, like I think you can add your idea. I think you have to follow on the assignment and following on the topic, the chapter that I already told you that you have to contain the content for at least 5 topics. So you can put it on your final report later. But thank you. Who is number 4? Oh, you here? Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Actually, we don't need a slide. We just need the report that you just scroll down to the text or anything. Just wear some idea.
Yeah, support.
Yeah, sure. All of 5 members will be discussed later. Okay, so hang on.
I know we have only 10 minutes, right?
You need 20, right?
I will try to finish it first. Hello. Hello, those who are in.
Yeah, I hear. I think it's going to work.
They can hear, right?
Yeah, I think they can hear.
Yes. Hello everyone. Today I will be presenting about my tomorrow city. We taking the exam of Yangon as a case study. So I will especially focus on learning, engaging, and inclusivity of Yangon. So this is the content of my presentation according to the report, and we first what is it called? Like review about my community. So my community is actually called Sandal, which is one of the township in Yangon. This is the baseline, that type of baseline of Sandal, including the residential spaces and the types of community and the people social engagement activity around the township. And this is actually where my community exists, which is one of the townships in Yangon. And I will, skip those area, and this is actually my community. So the red sake represent my neighborhood, and the yellow sake is shopping mall and public space, which is, we can call it the government strategy. And we also have the bars and restaurants around the government strategy, which is we can, we refer as the local tactic. And the type of people in my community is mostly youth who are internally migrated from the different parts of the country to Yangon in search for education and occupation. And I myself was internally migrated to Yangon. And this is on the left side of the slide, you can also see, the types of food that we enjoy in Santown and the social element that we engage together, for example, the sports activities, the religious sites. So when it comes to imaging Yangon towards the city, I actually project the conceptual framework from sustainable development goals and towards a new up and priority concept. So let me briefly present about Yangon. Yangon is the largest city in Yangon with a population of more than 5.2 million, which is the 10% of the whole population. It also has the rapid growth and 22.9% of population growth around 2014. And there are 70 goals, sustainable development goals, according to the United Nations. However, goal 11 is specifically focused on make cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And here, I think like other goals are also related with the urban territory, for example, like the goal build resilient infrastructure, and the other goal related with promoting inclusive society. Those are all related with the urban development. So I think especially focused on the goal 11, we also use the other goal as supporting goal in developing the governance of Yangon. And in the development of infrastructures and configuration in Yangon, I will be using mixed use development concept according to Kitika about his theoretical concept. The infrastructure development should be mixed use. It has the government strategy for economic vitality, and it also has the social equalities and environmental quality. And I think the mixed use development concept consider the local culture and its potentially relevant, and this will develop. I also promote accessibility by considering the geographical use of the city, and it also encourage collaborative management and deliberative governance. And again, like for the 2G, CW, and principle, if I got from the classes, I will be using principle 4 as an overarching principle, and principle 1. I'm sorry, that's principle 10. We also, complementary principle. And as a key driver, I will be using education as the cornerstone for all the drivers for sustaining city. And I would be and again, like for the governance plan, we'll be looking at upon the case study from Chiang Mai City that we have done the site surveying. So this is the baseline of Chiang Mai, the Chiang Mai area in Chiang Mai, and we specifically research upon the social engagement. So let me first present the definition of social engagement. The social engagement generally covers a range of social participation, social network, and social support. So to find social participation is referred to the involvement of social activity, which normally has social element, while social network may be interaction with people in its business. The social element is like kind of the social activity that we do, for example, religious activities, sport activity, economic activity. Those are the social element. And again, the governments and political activity are also the social element that give the way you to participate in. And in this in this presentation, I will not focus on the social support, but I will focus on social participation and social network in developing my governance plan for Yangon. And again, like for the urban governance, so our governance really requires the governance through which the different stakeholders pursue the collective vision and goals of an urban territory within the local level administration of the political setting. So I here would like to focus on the collective vision and goals because that's really important. So by collective means that the government is not no longer focus on the work on the government, the central government role. It mainly focus on the working mechanism in pursuing the interest of local residents within local political system rather than the role of the central government. And the goal, like because the urban territory is within the national government system. So the collective decision making mechanism is like mostly involving the government and then different stakeholder individual on the affairs of the urban territory, such as management, financing, and so on. So this is the analysis and recommendation for Chiang Mai City. So I will skip that. So this is the governance plan of Yangon City. So first, we focus on who are the stakeholders. The type of stakeholder in the governance of Yangon can be generally classified as government itself, and the local community, and the industry, in which we include customers, suppliers, and clients. What is my goal? My goal is to I want Yangon to be a socially engaged, inclusive, and sustainable city, which I drafted from the Sustainable Development Goal 11 of SDG. And I think that when it comes to urban governance and development, I think that infrastructure development is really important. So the planning of infrastructure and configuration of Django will be within the mixed-use conceptual framework, and the mixed-use development encourage the social engagement of the residents through local tactics. And I want you to see the baseline map on the right-hand side of the slide. So as you can see on the right-hand side, there are like a lot of shopping malls, the skyway, and the public spaces that is, developed in accordance with the government strategy. However, you can also see the arrow and the red dot, which represent the bars and restaurants, and then there is also like another playground and the skyway. So which kind of explain that even though the government put up the strategy on a particular space, like the local residents trying to build up their own local tactics in order to make the social engagement amongst the people in their vicinity. So that kind of explains that when it comes to urban governance, we need to build up the infrastructure and configuration in terms of basic pockets, so that the government can also do the strategy, and at the same time, the local people can develop their own tactics. And this is the principle and fiber. So as I mentioned before, I will be using principle 4 as an overarching principle, and then like the principle 1 and 10 will be supporting the principle 4, and then key driver activation is the key driver. And this is a summary of my governance plan. The stakeholder will be government, local community, and industry, and goal is to be a socially inclusive and sustainable city. The concept for infrastructure is mixed-use development and government strategy and local tactic. Principle is principle 4, and the key driver is education. And thank you so much for your attention, and I hope that you kind of get the sense of governance strategy.
Thank you very much. You did it. All right. That's great. Right on time.
Right on time.
Okay. Yeah. The last one for this section.
I request, I have not getting a
Mhm.
That's why my PowerPoint is fresh. So
Mhm.
I'm working on it. Okay. So instead of me to can try to do this, can try to take my position for this time.
You want to switch the position, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But you have to present today.
Sure, sure.
By today, for sure. Okay, we all have to elevate you as well for 10%. Okay, that's fine. You switch to the client. Okay. So guys, this is we switch the name release, and client will be the fifth member to present. So don't be tricked by this switch and give them the right score. Okay. Right. Are you all right? Okay, you share from your screen, and you can do the mic.
Hello, so good afternoon, everyone. So as for my presentation of my tomorrow city, this is my this is the outline of my presentation. So what I did is to provide a brief synthesis of all the units, and then lastly for the unit 6 for the management and governance. In here I envision what is supposed to be the notions of management and governance in my idea of a tomorrow city. Oh, sorry. Okay. For the first unit, so we talk about my community and seminar for new action. So in here, mostly we talked about bottom-up approaches in analyzing urban developments. I believe that we need to consider really the social elements in the formulation of the physical design of urban cities, and it has been highlighted in this certain part of our units. So while the architectural element tend to be approached with expertise and technocratic approaches to which some urban planning utilizes the prowess of professional designers and architects without consultation with the citizenry, I still cling to the notion that there must be an adaptation of the design to real-life observation. And in here, we also talked a very interesting concept, the concept of mixed use. And I think this is a very useful lens in seeing how urban developments can be integrated into society in the way that it blends all the identity of a community, may it be on social, cultural, residential, political, and other pretexts of urban planning. So for the second unit, we talk about what does it move your city towards sustainable city. So in this unit, we try to define how the normative world see what city is, either etymologically and academically wise. So it provided us the momentum on how we should view cities in terms of population, governmental instigation, economic leverages, and other relevant factors through the lens of professional vantage points. So in here, we also talk about top-down approaches, and I think this is a very crucial addendum to my learning because although I appreciate, I always talk about deliberative policies in crafting relevant and timely solutions. I also see it very necessary to actually consult the existing reservoir of knowledge that was built out of meticulous and rigorous studying, and that would mean the professional people. So this step would allow us to be systematic and scientific in our planning mechanism, and we will further anticipate the probable outcomes of whatever policy is being brought to the table. So for the third unit, we talk about the dream, connecting dots, and creating your hope. So in here, we, by the use of artificial intelligence technology, we develop our own vision of our city. And in this specific artwork, what I included are the words inclusive, eco-friendly, economically efficient, and autonomous. So inclusive approach, it means people contribute to the decision of the political body. The eco-friendly means the utilization of environment would give way to further generations, and that we must forbid any attempt to deplete them and make this planet, of course, more habitable in the future. Economically efficient, it means a city must be prosperous and that the physical and physiological necessities of a person are taken care of, allowing poverty or malnutrition to ever persist. And lastly, autonomous, it means the absence of coercion or threats existing in a society. So in here, I also wrote the midterm synthesis. How do I synthesize all of the learnings in the first half of the semester? So in here, the prioritization of analysis on evaluating existing systems, especially in the approaches of urban planning, the appreciation of cultural deviations. Of course, we have existing cultures which we should consider whenever we implement or we craft something. Then the case of the carbon marketplace. So in here, I talked about the effect of privatization in a certain context, the carbon market, when these vendors are getting ousted from their livelihood. And with that, it must not be the case because there are no relocation plans that will guarantee that they will have a secure place to return and to continue their livelihoods. And there are also disruptive tendencies in terms of the cultural heritage of the, because the market is built in this historical part of the city. Lastly, there is also the economic cost, which will make the cost of the goods in that certain area more expensive because of the privatization. So lastly, I synthesize it in a philosophical communicativity model, which permits the kind of intersectoral dialogue, which is very crucial in policymaking and urban developments for sustainability. So for the fourth unit, so we made some baseline and we had a cultural mapping. So my very takeaway from this is that although the physical maps would tell us the navigation details, the urban or rural structure, even the density of establishment and population, the geographical shaping of the area, these wouldn't tell you the cultural aspect, the normative ones, the tradition, and the very vital components of the residents that make them the unique set of people that they are. So we can only see these once we integrate with them, and that is the very point of cultural mapping, really. So For the fifth unit on actions and stakeholders, so this activity helped us to further understand why it is very crucial to include the stakeholders in the agenda setting of policy formulation processes. So some problems may seem less urgent than others, but there is really no way of knowing this other than seeing the problem itself and knowing it first-handedly from the people who were involved in this problem. So we went to Chiang Mai, Kadwang, Tafe area. It is only there when we understand the context of the problem, which is entirely different than what we perceived when we were just researching and looking at the map. So for the last unit, so this is my vision of my tomorrow city. So I entitled it Sustainable Livelihood and Inclusivity. So for me, my notion of a management and governance is that there must be informed by stakeholders. That means to do this through having some sort of deliberation prior to urban management and development. The approach to urban must be context-based, that it reflects the culture, tradition, and the values existing in a certain context. So any policies that is crafted for the betterment of a community must not veer away also from their demands that applies to their own context, of course. And lastly, predictive. It means that policies should be able to predict both the negative and positive repercussions and be able to craft or adjust solutions to these problems that have been foreseen. And you do this in a framework of deliberative policy. You have public space, empowered space transmission, accountability, meta deliberation, and decisiveness. So you have to create some sort of collective outcome as product of corroborated analysis of the stakeholders inside the system. So I have actually put emphasis on a certain aspect, and this is on sustainable livelihood, because I am doing a research entitled Agricultural Diversification and Multi-Stakeholder Participation, where probing sustainable livelihood approaches Siquijor Province, Philippines. So sustainable livelihood is something that you can see both in the Chiang Mai and in the context of Siquijor, where I also drew some contrast and comparison in this context. I will discuss later. But before that, yeah, I also put focus on the agricultural sector of the Siquijor, where I came from. So if ever you will craft some relevant policies that would directly affect them from the paper that I mentioned before, the stakeholders, the customers in this particular project would include all buyers of agrarian goods in the public domain in both the national and international linkages. Some industries have exported some of their products outside the locality. The government would include the LGU, the Department of Agriculture, concerned non-governmental organizations, private organizations, communities, of course, agrarian community, market community, and industrial community, investors, both foreign and local, employees, farmers, government legislators, and implementers, and governmental organizations, and small and medium enterprises. And lastly, the suppliers and vendors would affect or would pertain to the active citizens and vendors of the Siquijor Island. Yeah, so I provided a comparative assessment on sustainable livelihood in the case of Siquijor Province and Chiang Mai City. So in here, I put a distinction between the tourism industry in Chiang Mai and the agrarian economy. So in tourism, there is the cultural base for livelihood orientation. They have to analyze the trend data to cope with the global demand, the emphasis in the society and well-being, and the output that they create, art, crafts, and handicrafts. So in agrarian community, we have the agrarian base as the livelihood orientation. So we have to analyze the economic trend, what is demanded by the market. We have to emphasize the communal willingness to produce by giving incentives to agrarian communities. The farm products, edible and non-edible production are the outputs. So they merge in the notion that both are governed by a centralized body. Can I have a minute? So, thank you so much. Yeah, they are organized by any developmental project on both of these tourism and agrarian economy has to be done by a centralized body. So with this, as a point of conclusion, I understand that the deliberative framework has some problems also, as these are all theories and has no practical orientation yet. So with that, it's one of its criticism is about the lengthy process that may come with the notion of inclusivity, because you have to make the people adhere to certain policies. So there must be an element of dedication, the dedication to social inclusivity as mechanism of policy planning, the foresight, a regular town hall session to oversee possibilities so all the people can complement with whatever they deem as urgent and necessary in a certain society. And lastly, meta deliberation, or the necessity to be open to rectifications, because some policies, we tend to think of it as the end on itself, but the truth is that each policy is a continuous and ongoing thing, and there must be some problems or errors in the actual implementation which needs to be rectified. So that would be all for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Klein. Thank you for all 5 members. So it's time for discussion. So, Ajahn Kai, have anything to say? You can
maybe,
use the mic.
Okay, maybe after you, maybe have the support. อาจารย์อยากพูดอะไรไหมคะ
อาจารย์ก่อนก็ได้ครับจะได้ผัดกัน
Okay. I need to switch on my microphone, right?
ครับอาจารย์
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I think there are a lot of interesting presentation, and I think you put a lot of energies on most of your work. I'm very happy that you mentioned about the factors, social, economic, and physical all together. But maybe you need to relate all those 3 more. I speak generally of everybody, not specifically who. And I think this is the best point, that now we learn and we understand that there are many factors or that involved in our cities and our governance, but they cannot be separated. I think they are all related. We understand that. And I really like many of you talk about community and then the city. As you know that, the city is not, or the community is not the whole city. We understand about the level of urbanization or unit of settlements. Because when we talk about neighborhood or local residents, it's very, it's kind of a small with people. It's we can look into the eyes of the people. But when you talk about strategies or policy, you only read, right? I think also that both should come together. We cannot put our policy without, as Clyde just said, that without the context of that community. I really like that. And maybe this is the general idea that I have got from all of the presentations. And maybe later on, I may add about each of you presentation later. Thank you.
Can all 5 members open your camera right now? So if you pop up that we are all.
Ajahn, I think
Ajahn, we can hear you.
and yourself. Ajahn, we cannot hear you.
Hello, Ajahn. Hello.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm open the mic. Sorry. Back again. Okay, Eugene, I'm very interested about your idea to connect between the network of agriculture in terms of digitalization to the logistic ecology. So I think that can creating some e-commerce network of the city, and then it can jump up to smart logistics. But how, right? You have to give us an idea. That could be like the free Wi-Fi zone. That could be free trade zone. It could come up with the tangible actions, and also who will produce it. You have to come up with who is the stakeholder, and that is my goal, right? It could legit to become the tangible works and the real person who carry on your idea. I think you raised very interesting idea, but I need you to add more about actions and also what to develop and who is will develop for you. And secondly, Gail, I think you very like the theories. You are very like read in depth of the theories. I really like you integrate between the social science to the developments and governance. But the body of the theory from inclusive and responsive to cohesive, I think that is very strong. That is very like, it's very cancel. It's cancel to me right now. But it's very difficult to understand inclusive without focusing on social identities, right? This is a very like the qualities research, not qualitative, but it's qualitative, not quantitative. So that's why you have to focusing on who is the person, who is the social identity that you would like to work on, and then creating inclusive from that, and then responsive by integrating an idea between the city and socially, and create it with the representative of something, and that could come up with the cohesive representative something. I think the spirit and the lifestyle that you mentioned can make a point to focusing on who is the network or who is the community that you would like to study on. You have to set the strong point first, and then the structure of the research is very strong enough already. And the third one, I think, Minji, like Eugene, you raised interesting idea about the food communities in terms of community inside the city and outside the city. But I think you mentioned only the topic and elements. You didn't tell us about an actions and stakeholders. So you have to work more about who is carrying on your idea and what is the action for tomorrow. Because tomorrow means you have to set up from today. So you have to know today, understand today to decide for tomorrow. Okay, I need you to add more about the present knowledge, present data. And Sabir, I think you are the first one who visualize all of the report fully. I think you very gain much about the thing that we have learned in the class, and also case study from Chiang Mai. You project the case study from Chiang Mai, but understand networking. I think networking is the key to understand community. That can bring back that you have to understand culture have not just one single culture, but also it can be contemporary. And then that means you have to think about local, not just only one local, but it has multiple groups of locals. And then that is the governance, right? The governance is the local, but how many are them? How different of the networking? That is the key. And then how that you can creating the network to creating the context of the social support. That can be the management, right? The networking can creating the social support. That is the key. You have to focusing who will carry on that system for them, and that you can management as the social ecology rule in your city, and like you will get the 5-star work. And clarity, I think it's very interesting that you mentioned about culture and context. And I think the way that you describe everything with the topic of sustainable, livable livelihood, I think that is very strong point. But focusing on the in every topics, I think you have to work more about what is the body of the culture, who will governance. I think you set very good narrative, good perspective on the works. Try to connecting between agriculture farmers to the socialized, and then this is like the new circle between the neighbors and ecologies, right? But what is the structure? What is the system? You have to mention, and then you can find pros and cons, right? Maybe old system have to upgrade, or maybe like they have no system, so you can reach from the something that intangible before, and then you can use it up. And I think the new culture is the key. The case from Chiang Mai lead you to understand context is very important, right? We can understand something from the far or something from the plain, but you have to understand context, and then can create a new culture by understand the socials, and that can create the social agriculture. It can be the new products, not just only the zero carbon city, but it can creating some craftsmanship, which is like the very free carbon producing, and it can come up with the design as well. I think you can creating more by your data right now. Okay, that's it for me. I think it's very great work.
I think
Okay.
I need to add something here from Eugene. I think you point us the scale of your community, and it's a farmland similar to what Kai has said, right? And but I think Eugene hasn't given us enough the analytical part. So you need to give us more analytical part, not only some of the information that you have. Okay, and then the next two, Colin and Monji, I think both of you have mentioned about the physical, economic, and social aspect of your communities, but you haven't talked much about the relations. These are the same, but I like Colin to make it clearer what is the physical networking. I'm not sure what do you mean, because do you mean road? Because physical networking can be road system or something like that. So we need to make it clearer in this point. And Sapir, I think you have mentioned a very good information and also analytical part, but I think your key aspect of education is a long-term strategy. Maybe you need to think about more short-term one to make your suggestion success in a good way. I think, and also for Clive, I think you have pointed out to us very good summary of, like stakeholder, context-based, or productive, something like that. That's very good for me. But I like to see in a more specific way. It's a kind of summary in terms of good for every community with this kind of character. What is exactly good for your community? Maybe you can mention more at this point. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Thank you, everyone. I think this is the way that architect school do the discussion. We would like to review all the works together, and you can learn from your friends' work. Okay, so like you can see pro and con from your work, and also you can see pro and con from your friends' work. and then develop your own proposal, develop your own research, and you can go from there. Okay, we right on time, so it's time for the next person, guys. I'll giving them a big hand, guys. You have a little pleasure. Don't forget to put everything on your report. Okay, then the sixth member of our class who become the sixth Cho.
Yes, Ajahn.
Okay, Sherry, hello.
Yes, Ajahn. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah. Yeah, so let me start my presentation. Good afternoon, Ajahn, my classmate. Nice to meet you all. Today I'm going to present.
Hold up. Your slide is not already here. So please wait for your slide first. Sharif, are you with us? Is she all right?
No, she's here.
She's here. She's here, right? She's here. She's here. She speaks nothing right now. She's here. What happened? Can you ever more? Give us to our presentation. Can you?
Hello, Ajahn. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Yes, sorry. Now can you see my screen?
No, not yet. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Let me start again. Yeah.
Sure.
So today I'm going to present about my tomorrow's city, economically and vibrant and inclusive in the. So yeah, it's the presentation outline. And the photo on the right side shows the detailed contents of my report. But today I'm going to present about my city, and the second is that I will provide some theoretical concepts. And then I will conduct some search analysis, and then I will provide the baseline maps, and I will discuss about the management and governance plan, and I will conclude my presentation with the comparative analysis of two cities. So, yeah.
Okay.
Next.
I think we can move to another person. I think Sherry, you could find a place that provide you a good internet right now. Okay. Okay. So I think we move to the. Okay, you're here, Jonathan. Okay. Are you all right? Are you ready? Okay. Destiny lead you to present right now. So. Okay, you do the.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. For me, so I thought that from unit 1 to 5, like we have already presented before, so like I'm just only focusing on the unit 6, but at the same time, I also analyze all the unit that I have learned in this unit 6 as well. So my topic is the topic that I'm going to present today is the towards sustainable city management and governance, which is a case study of my hometown in Insane in Yangon, Myanmar. So first, let me explain the background information of my city part. So most of the city in Myanmar, especially that are in the Burma proper, are managed and governed by the central government rather than the local government, because it is a very centralized country. And in Yangon, it is mainly managed and governed by the Yangon City Development Committee, also called as YCDC in short. So as the country major population is Burmese and Buddhist, the government only with the Buddhism and especially even for Burmese people, especially in Burma proper area like Yangon City or Mandalay City. So although like there are other ethnicities such as Kitika, which is also known as Karen, Chin, Morokai, and Shan, and in Myanmar. So our cultural beliefs are controlled by the mainstream government, and we cannot really express in the public. So that is one of the challenges that we have. So on the other hand, so in a city like Yangon, so modern way of life and culture modern way of life and industry and society also influence our way of thinking. So therefore, it is challenging to promote the cultural city in predominant modern city like Yangon. So so there is so I make my own baseline map for my township, which is in the Yangon township. The purpose of the baseline map is to develop common vision to empower the capacity of the identity of the communities. And here I have chosen 5 things in my baseline map. So the orange color is the industrial zone, and the purple is the residential zone, and the orange is the commercial zone, and green one is the religious zone, and the red are landmark. If you look at this one, so since the government planned the zoning, and then like it is it is not it is not connected to one another. As I already mentioned, the city is managed by one CTC. It's like therefore, so there is no like inclusive planning when they design the city, and there's often no space for many stakeholder participation. And theoretically, it is possible to adopt the mixed use in this area, but it would take some it would take time to how to say to renovate and plan the city again to use the mixed use. And actually, like for my city, so I would like to create a melting pot where the heterogeneous society can freely promote their cultural values, identity, and economic, and becoming more homogeneous. But in order to do that, we need a democratic space and decentralized governments to exercise our right without being dominated by one mainstream culture. But at the moment, we cannot since because of the coup. According to UN Habitat, so all relevant stakeholders need to support the government at local, regional, and national level to improve the policy, planning and design, and socially inclusive, better integrated, and connected city that can foster the sustainable urban development. So in the baseline level, you can already see that like transforming the existing urban design is more challenging than the renovating or planning a new urban design in a new urban area in Yangon. So that is because of the zoning. It's already like decided by the YCTC, and there are like 4 pieces for planning that I'm going to analyze my city. So these are the assessment plan and operationalization and implementation. So the first step is like to understand the context and territory, particularly this instant township that will be developed as a cultural city or the creative economy in the region. In instant township. So first we need to establish the participatory process, like which will be then supported by a strong stakeholder engagement. Then we can analyze and diagnose the opportunity and challenges that we have in that territory. And then, so after we analyze and discuss it, we get integrated into the plan. So instant township is not unlike the site that we visit in Taipei, Chiang Mai, and Lot, because like we have like lack of urban research and study. So which are mainly so in here, like most of the university and institutions, they do that. And then we also have a lack of environmental insights and social impact assessment. So which are mostly like conducted by the civil society organization, NGO, and UN agency. And another one is like we have lack of engagement. So if you look at these 4 sectors that I show here, the government had relationship with the institution and other stakeholders, but they don't have direct engagement or relationship with the public. So if you look at this, like it is not really inclusive. So there is really no how to say I mean, like there's no, it is not inclusive. I mean, so, sorry. And so yeah, the second step is to develop a common vision with a set of a strategy and technical support for the future of city planning. In here, I would like to focus more on the land management plan and neighborhood plan, where the local government, key stakeholder, and community can freely consult to identify the challenges and solutions. And then so it is like we mainly do this like a public hearing or workshop, and then we list the key outputs that we got from the public and the public stakeholder, and then we develop a common goals. And then after that, we can create a new map for a new development, a new map of our city design. And in instant township, although there are many ethnicities that are living there, like there are no creative economy where people can interplay their ideas, creativities, intellectual property, knowledge, technology to boost the economy and promote cultural cities. So, for example, when I want to visit in the to Chiang Mai and Taipei, we can see that the Hmong people, they try to renovate their handicraft or their cultural costume, and then that kind of creative economies are not seen in instant township. And the third step is the operationalizations, so we use the key output and go from the second step to create a clear and effective policy framework for plan implementation. So, for example, the grant a license to open a local business, and promoting the area township with the concept of cultural city and offer low interest loan to SME in its township. So I'm gonna skip the first step because I still want to talk about the SDG plan in township. So here, like I use the principle one from the city we need. So the principle one talk about the socially inclusive and engaging, like and for principle three, like indicate the city that we need. The city that we need is economically vibrant and inclusive, which we can link with SDG goal 9, 11, 16, and 17. All right. So yeah. I also put the stakeholders. So here yeah. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. So how are we going to plan the city or design the city? In the planning and design, like we are going to let the stakeholder, like the local people, religious leader, athlete, and workers representative, business owner, institutions, and civil society organization and community to involve in the workshop or the public hearing. And then and we also need to support the institution to increase the capacity in research and development. And we also like conduct the EISIA and work with the relevant stakeholders such as the CSO, NGO, and UN agency. Then like we can assess the EISIA like waste pollution, noise pollution, flood, and security. And we also need to have a strong engagement with the public and input all the voice of the relevant stakeholder in the urban development planning, like I already mentioned, the workshop or the public consultation. And lastly, like the city government need to be transparent about the legal framework to the public after they did the workshop or public consultation. So that's all. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
I think it's time for back to sharing. Are you all right?
Yes, Ajahn.
You fixed your internet already, right?
Yeah. Let me share my screen again.
Okay.
Yeah, now can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay, so today I'm going to present about my tomorrow's city, economically vibrant and inclusive Hindata city. So here is the presentation outline, and the photo on the right side shows the detailed contents of my report. And anyhow, today I'm going to focus on the background information about my city, some theoretical concepts, and SWOT analysis, and baseline maps, and management and governance plan, and comparative analysis of the two cities, Chiang Mai and Hindata. So here is the background information of my city. So Hindata is situated alongside the Ayari River in the Ayari region. So the photo on the left side shows the map of the Ayari region, and Hindata is here. And Hindata is an agriculture trading town, and it hosts over 338,000 populations, and its urban population is around 24.7% of the total population according to the 2014 census data. And it is a port for rice and tobacco grown in the region as well. And Hindata is also connected to Pateng, which is the capital city of the Ayavati. So this is the Pateng, and it also connected to the Yangon, which is the largest former capital city of Myanmar. So here is the Yangon, and it is connected to these cities by rail and road. And another is about the economic characteristics of my city. So as shown in the figure, so over 41% of the people work in the, work as skilled agriculture, forestry, and fishery workers, and 22.3% of the people work in the elementary occupations. So here is some theoretical concepts for Hintata to be economically vibrant and inclusive city. So why creative economy and why cultural mapping are important? So the ecological theory of public administration explains the relationship between the creative industries and the sustainable city development. And the concepts between the creative economy and sustainable development are really interrelated. And when we talk about the creative economy, it includes the actions that make use of the creative resources, including ideas, information, skills, and technology to produce expansion and advancement of the economy. And in the rural areas, creativity can be a strategy for economic adaptation to the rural economic industries such as agriculture, fishing, and forestry or something like that. And the important aims of the creative economies are to generate income for the local residents, to have them stay in the local reality, and to create the job opportunities for the local people. So in order for Hintata to be a sustainable city, it is really important to understand its existing resources in terms of the tangible and intangible things, weaknesses, and challenges the city might face. So why the cultural mapping is important to create for the creative economy. So with cultural mapping, we can identify the community strength and resources. We can have the community to move into the planning and implementation phases by focusing on the data such as the resources and efficiencies of the communities, as well as their common interests and values. So for the, to develop the baseline maps, as an initial step, I made some SWOT analysis for Hintata. So as part of the, Sustainable Development Goal 8 indicate to promote sustained and inclusive and sustainable economic growth, food and productive employment, and decent work for all. And its goal 11 calls for the sustainable city. So in my opinion, these two goals are really related, and for the Hintata to be the sustainable city, economic play an important role. So when it comes to the SWOT analysis, so Hintata has some strengths that they are, the city can produce the local products such as rice, grain, vegetables, drying fish, and bamboo mats, or like that. And it also has the high labor force participation, so 68.4%. And the city also has, seasonal and religious festivals. And the city has no conflict, and the social cohesion among the community member is really increased. But the city has some weaknesses, such as the city has no technology advancement and no innovative strategy and less employment opportunities and no infrastructure. So when it comes to the opportunities, the city has the port of the Hintata, which can make a trade of the locally grown rice and the grain, and it also has an accessible transportation to main urban center of the country and other tourist attraction sites. And the city is also a district city. So these are the opportunities. So when it comes to the strengths, the city is located on the Ayavati River, and so it risky for the floods and the surge of the sea level. And another threat is lack of interest by the government. So based on the results from the SWOT analysis, I produced some baseline map. So the first layer showed the bamboo measure in the city. So bamboo maps can be seen in every household in the city, regardless of the economic status. And they must are used as an essential furniture and also as gifts. And some household weave and sell bamboo maps as a family business by running with the 5 to 10 workers. However, people in the city don't know how to expand their business with innovative designs and aesthetic ideas, although the bamboo maps show the character of the local culture. So another layer I chose is the tea shops. So tea shop cultures play an important role, and people important role in the country, not only in our city. And people of different ages gather at the tea shop, and they discuss the various issues ranging from personal to political matter. And we can get not only the tea, but also the various food options at the tea shop. Amanda mohinga, which is a rice noodle with the fishy soup, and is the national dish for our country. So mohinga is available in across the various regions, but
Sherry, with us?
yes, Ajahn.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you now.
Yeah. So although the tea shops can increase the income for the small business owners in the locality and create job opportunities for the youth workers and the university students, the city needs the innovative ideas and marketing strategy to brand the local products, local foods. Yeah, Ajahn, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. We hear you. We hear you.
Okay. So the another layer I chose is the festival places. So in our country, people celebrate the a lot of the seasonal and cultural festivals. So by doing so, pagodas take an important role of being the historical sites to celebrate these festivals. And another thing is the Ushinji Shrine Festival is one of the popular festival places, because in our country, most of the in my city, most of the populations, a majority of the populations are Buddhist, but there are some people who believe in the animism. So this festival is one of the popular festivals, not only for the animics.
You lost your voice again, Sherry. Oh, no, Sherry.
Hello, Ajahn.
Yeah, you're back. Yep.
Yeah. So where do you lose?
You just mentioned about the festival, and you just explain more about like what a festival would produce. Continue on.
So, majority of the people in the city see the festivals as an opportunities to stimulate their business activities. And they see a variety of things such as the handicrafts, local products, and food during these festivals. So these festivals not only show the local character of the cultural practice, but also take an important role to boost the local economic activities. So here is the combined map for Hintada. So this map shows the mat shops, tea shops, and the festival places. So here is the management and governance plan for Hintada to be economically vibrant and the inclusive city. So my first objective is to brand and innovate the local products, foods, and crafts. The problem is local products are only popular in the city. So actions to do are to establish a social media platform or blog, and to coordinate with the different stakeholders in order to get a brand ownership. And it's also important to coordinate with the stakeholders such as the Food and Drug Administration, Ministry of Health and Sport, and other business partners to improve the quality of the products to meet the standards and to be, export quality product. So when it comes to the stakeholder, there are 6 categories. So under the customers, it includes, so these are the stakeholders. So my objective is to create a learning platform. Action to do include the conduct a town hall meeting or to exchange different ideas among the stakeholders. And another action is to invite external technical experts to share the design ideas and advertising strategies. So objective 3 is to establish multifunctional buildings to create a space for the local business owners and vendors. So action to do include to provide infrastructure support or establish market near the festival sites, and to expand the size of the business, family business, and create the employment opportunities for the local people. So it will reduce the migration to other cities for foreign countries. Another action is to coordinate with the local authorities in order to create safe and sound marketplaces. Yeah, now I'd like to conclude my presentation with a comparative analysis of two cities. So, although two cities share some common characteristics and possess, unique characteristics of the cultural trademarks, but Chiang Mai City can produce cultural is a flourishing tourist and resource center, and it can attract more FDI and has higher technology improvement and has more cultural buildings in terms of the tangible assets. But for Hintadar, it mainly relies on the agriculture sectors and it remains underdeveloped, and it has a wider land area of approximately 70.82 square kilometers. So here is the comparative analysis, and these are the references. Yeah, thank you, Anjan.
Right on time. Thank you, Cheryl. But hang on, we have another person and then we discuss for your works. Okay, Yanin, I guess, right? No. Who's next? Yanin, right? Yanin. Oh, she's here. Oh, she's here. Okay. You want to? Why you want to? You give me. Okay. Sorry.
Hello, attention everyone for the presentation of final report. My tomorrow city Phuwa, located in the region of presented. Here is my outline. I will focus on the unit 3 and 6 mainly. And so firstly, let me talk about some background information of the city. Here is the city boundaries of the Phuwa. Here you can see the length of east and west is very long, but the north and south is narrow, and middle is the main road of the city. And the city is not too small or not too large, and is located in the Hue region, and so the number of population is over 100,000, and the entire household number is 24570. And here is some information about the city. And the city is about the city is not possible to include the Asian heritage and the pagodas. Here are some photos of the heritage sites and pagodas in my city. The first one is the wooden monasteries near the city, and the lower picture is the Asian city wall, and the right hand side of the photo is the sculpture, the art. There are 3 layers sculpture, and it's a lotus throne, and is a traditional print of wooden, made by wooden. And one thing I would like to highlight is that there are many festivals depending on the borders, and the festival of yearly, beside the yearly festival, there are so many celebration of festival every ward villages like that. Like in this festival, Asian tradition and customs is really important, and we can have community and respect among each other and among different cultures and different religious cousins. And these celebrations are just small, but they are invited from other communities, and we teach and cater and celebrate together. So I think it's very impactful for the city, and I would like to define this character is strong identity of the city, because it enhances social cohesion and for the promoting the living together in diverse way. And another factor of the city I would like to address is there are many significant characters in the city, like the Lanka Bridge is the part of the Indian-Myanmar Thailand Highway, and the city is seated by administrative function, and it also has the administrative zone, and admittedly it extended right, it has extended right markets in the upper Myanmar, and export to the other parts of the country. But the current situation, when the economy of the city is not booming and it needs money support for the driven economy, there are many small and medium-sized enterprise like slipper or Tanaka is the traditional makeup, kind of traditional makeup, and but they need money support to get a booming economy, and there is an industry as well, but it has not so much investment and not developed yet. So my hope for the city is a learning city with vibrant economy, and I will apply the principle of SDG, like vibrant economy and the city we need, learn and innovate. These two principles are fundamental for the city, I think, because there are so many heritage or like Asian pagodas and festivals, but so we need to learn the tradition and culture from the old generation to innovate this culture and tradition. And here is some future plans addressed by the city government, like to build airport to advance the airport international as an international airport, and also like in the inland port and the new bus terminal or like that. But these are just plans not implemented yet, because I think they are not they may have many difficulties, but maybe include the lack of integration with the community, I think. So for the overall, I would like to hope the plans tried by the government should be transparent with the city community, and also should have more engagement with the public, like taking dialogues and meetings and workshops. And another one is learning and taking into account of the city origin and significance, like the tradition and culture. It will be very effective for government agencies to promote culture industry and the traditional festival in the economic sector. So for the last chapter towards sustainability, this is my just hope to be a learning city with vibrant economy. So what action plan or strategy needed to design is not included in this presentation slide, but from the case study of Chiang Mai, Kalan and Taipei, our good topic is study topic is creative economy, and related with my city situation. So creative economy will be used as an initiative point for planning and management of the city towards the sustainable. And I will use the case study how this plan will be depicted. Yeah, so the creative economy, from the feedback and also lesson learned from the case study in Chiang Mai, I do more research on the creative economy. If mentioned that by John Hawkins, is that creative economy is the intersection of the income generation activity and also innovation of the traditional activity, and also need to be sustained. like but another point I would like to add is that from the point of design and innovation, according to like the two academic, you mentioned it's really complicated to make design and science innovation because when we innovate one thing, there's no thing to reference how they should like. They develop principles like that. The first one is level of complexity, and the second one is novelty and typicality, and the last one is association and the linear association and metaphor. People are being afraid to cope with the complexity of newness. So it should be focused on the simplicity and the test on novelty and typicality. People like to experience the new thing, but they would like to ease of recognition. Yeah. So I would like to. So these principles, how will use to implement or planning the city. So I will use the pagoda festival like a Phuwa traditional event was studied as a case study. It's celebrated once a year at the end of the year or early June, and the pagoda is itself famous in the city. And here is some images of during the pagoda festival. And here is the where the festival is holy. And for going to the sustainable city, I will use the theory of design thinking. Design thinking will be applied because short to the point, I would like to mention the UK government design principle is the respected stakeholder or service designer start with the identifying user needs, and you need to know the need of what are the user needs, and in implementing and processing decision making 5 steps, cultural mapping will also be included because talking with the people and the public who what are needed. So lastly, I identify key stakeholder like that for this festival advancement and innovation. Here is but I will not present that here. Short to the point. So I would like to conclude that I present like a model using the pagoda festival to promote the creative economy. But I think that it will contribute to other economic activity to be creative for the future. Yeah, thank you very much.
I lost my battery, so I need to here from the 3 centers. I think Jonathan. Okay, I really like your theme of presentation because you rearrange all the units. It doesn't have to be like from 1 to 5, but I think you talk in terms of planning process. I think it's a very good way to one of the very good way to present this kind of thing. And may I ask, township, is it smaller or bigger than the city? Township? Smaller. So Instant township is like a community or?
Yes, it's less than community. So in Myanmar, we have townships, including the new number townships.
So how many townships in Myanmar?
33 in the piece and other management.
Okay. Municipality of Rangoon.
Yes.
Under the YCDC. So
Oh. Maybe different system of us. Okay, thank you. And I think you have made a very good point. You show physical space to represent the social and economic aspect of the city. I think that's the thing that I haven't seen in the other presentation. And you know what I mean? Because you made a map, right? And you said you draw a map of the zoning. That's your own interpretation. I think that physical representation also represents the social and economic aspect of the city. Okay, I think this is a good tool to use. And you have also given the insightful problems of the city. I think I like most the way you organize your presentation. I think that's very good. And then the next one, Sharia, I have a problem of you said it's agriculture town, but with 300,000 population. Is it possible? Because, for example, in Chiang Mai municipality, it's only 130,000 urban area. You know, you see Chiang Mai, but I wonder why the farmland has so many people. I don't understand it. So maybe it's about the boundary of the number of population. So if this you might have a misunderstood for a people out of your country. Okay, what does it say?
Population.
Maybe that's the number of population maybe is the same as yours because you're 100,000, right? So that's the number of Chiang Mai municipality. So I don't know, maybe it's the boundary. So we have to be careful because the farmland or a farm community in Thailand is like 10, 20, 30,000, something like that. So I don't know. From my point of view, that's the problem. For Sharia, I like that you give a very good SWOT analysis and insightful of what your city has, what your city really has. Because you talk about the bamboo mat and also like festival, yes. And I really like that at the end that you compare the two cities. So I think you have the very good point of your city and make us understand a lot of your city. Well, and then the last one, Lenin. I like when you mentioned about your neighborhood, your city, also the farmland area, right? But don't quite understand why you think we should promote creative economy in the farmland, because I don't know the area, the city. Maybe you need to give us more information why you think it is important. Okay, I like to make it short. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Ajahn. Thank you very much. I have something to talk as well. For three of you, like as you know, you are young. like a young group, a youngster group. And I think you mentioned very interesting idea at first. But right now, Jonathan, okay. I think you mentioned very strong about melting pot. I think the melting pot is your idea. But what is the direction and what is the goal for making the melting pot? I think that's the problem, because you creating a very cool structure like client. Your work is more like client, like you explain everything clearly, but what inside of it, right? What is the goal? What is the directions? I think you reveal the good data and you creating a interesting research, but what is the specific point of it? I think that you could come up with the direction of the city, which is you just mentioned. The direction could come up with the common visions, right? The common vision, what is it, right? Maybe you should figure it out just roughly. And also the goal, you mentioned that the city could be for the cultural and economically. I think that could come up with the new theme or like the new strategies. Like it could be some one products or maybe like one system. Like what is the research unit that you want to study on? I think that will creating a beautiful research. But right now you all have the strong data about geography. I think that is your strong point. Right? You understand your city well, but I think you have to creating the directions and go stronger. Okay, and Sharier's, I think Sharier's giving us a very good data about bamboo tea shop festival in terms of cultural mapping, but those three things is never can entrepreneurs as the creative economy yet, right? We know three things, but how can it integrate as a one project? We have no idea, because you didn't set the specifically topic and your point of view of your city. So that is a problem, because you study a lot, but your study came up with no method. So that you have to study on the method there. And for the last one, Yamin, I think you mentioned very good word, integration. I think integration is very strong word of yours, but the integration could integrate between government and local. How? And who is the stakeholder that you could come up with a new governance and then integrate in terms of management about culture and economies, right? We have no idea what the culture can support economy and what economy support culture. We have no idea about this. And you said with the theme creative economies compared to Chiang Mai, I think for me that's fine. But when you put the Pagoda Festival, why Pagoda Festival is the body to study integration, integrated idea between the governance and management. You have to explain more. So that could be the body, or it could be the research unit, research area that you put up. That Pagoda Festival could be the sandbox, or could be the implementation that you use for understand the integrations of the city. I think all of you, three of you, come up with a very strong local data, and you come up with, you understand the city well already, but I think you have to creating more specifically point of view. I think you care too much about any data, but you have to have the sharp point. You have to punch one punch. So set your strong narrative, and you will, and this could become the strong point of your research in future. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. We run over time. We have 5 minutes left already. So this is final section for our 5 or 6.
7.
Really? Who is on the EE? Okay, you will be the last person EE. I'm sorry for that. So we have 6 more. Okay, start now. Roll.
7.
Oh, EE, speak something. You speak it again. Can you speak it again?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. You can present for the final person.
Okay. So the final. Sure, Jen. Yes, I will. I know.
I think the better way, could you text to the message? That could be awesome. I'm so sorry for this technical time. But Rowan, you have 10 minutes and do the mic. Okay. I think Rowan has a problem about his computer, so I think you move on to another person. Yeah, are you all right?
Okay.
Oh, I see. Sorry, Ajahn. So as for the unit 1, my community is a Mandalay. Mandalay is the second largest city in Myanmar with an estimated 2018 population of over 1.6 million and natural growth rate of slightly more than 2% per year. And under this unit 1, and this unit 1 from I found these current our management in Mandalay and issues like the Mandalay and Yangon are structured differently from the rest of the nations in terms of municipal affairs. In Mandalay, Mandalay City Development Committee and CTC are in charge of municipal service delivery and public works. So I see that I found some challenges in our management in Mandalay, like the Mandalay city is lack of the tools to effectively manage our development and achievement and structural plans, and conceptually the strategy has not yet been constituted. That kind, and another unit 2, another unit 2, I capture the city we need. That is the principle from the UN Habitat in the context of the Mandalay city. So Mandalay is in the first stage of the urbanizations, and did create the several changes to design cities and sustainable development and poverty reduction. So this unit 2 has emphasized the need to contribute equality in our development and potential methods for universal change in accordance with the principle 2. The city we need is affordable, accessible, and equitable, which is established in the UN Habitat publication. And as for the challenges, yes, I've already mentioned. Under this unit 2, I made the recommendation necessary to make the investment in sustainable urban infrastructures or community-based urban upgrading in order to offer business services for everyone and secure the movement of the people, products, and the services. And that is the unit learnings from the unit 1 and 2. And at the unit 3, at the midterm evaluation, I hope and I dream that my future city is like in the context of vision, mission, goals, and strategy. But these all are in the dreaming process, not the actual planning management. That's kind of the plannings and management. Actual plannings and management planning will be in the unit 6 before we are going to unit 4 and unit 5 case study or Chiang City. Outcomes and the case study descriptions of the case studies of Chiang City has been made the presentation in the last week. So I will escape this part and I will move to the unit 6. Yes, this is the unit 6. About the unit 6, I will focus on 3 main pages. First is the SDG plan in Mandalay city context, and second is the management planning, and that is the governance with the stakeholder and who are the stakeholders. So for the first one, SDG plans in Mandalay context. Yes, among the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals SDG adopted, Goals 11 stated that make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable sense. There is no doubt that plannings of the smart city, a smart sustainable city in our future should consist of alignment with the instructions and principles of UN SDG Goal 11. Furthermore, the principles set up by urban thinkers of the World Urban Campaign to craft their new urban agenda to be delivered at the United Nations Conference on Housing and Sustainable Urban Development, UN Habitat 3. So in this paper, in the context of smart sustainable city, the city we need lands and innovates. So the principles 10 of the new urban paradigm, and cities are changing, which call for continuous learnings and reflections and more flexible plannings and decision making. So this includes new and innovative approaches to social, economics, and environmental governance. So it also calls for new and innovative approaches to municipal administrations and physical and financial management. So the new urban planning should recognize the importance of overcoming the digital divide to enable all of its inhabitants to take the advantage of the city as an open platform and a collaborative space. That is the SDG planning in Mandalay city context. So for the next part is the management planning. In the management planning, I suppose management of the smart city foundation system should include this kind of five system. Yes. And these are the smart region management platform, connectivity and design, so electrical services and intellectual centers and intellectual applications, that kinds of. And moreover, another management planning, the smart city is expected to have the smart governance goal. Smart governance goal for the smart governance, that is an open and a collaborative and coordinated city across the national administrators, industries, and business, and contacts with the citizen. So it focuses on how our city can operate and how we can set policy to achieve our vision. Our adaptation, users of the technologies and digital services, and users of data, and organizing the relationships with the citizen play as a main role in these sectors. So what is the strategy for the to achieve these goals of the smart governance? Is to open data and e-services program with that enable digital services, including the online submission like the electricity bills and other like this, and shortenings of the development applications and publication exhibitions and in-service that in line to remote the customer services. Here's the smart city also adopt the it should adopt the IoT called the Internet of Things to ensure to searchable for diverse identity data sets. So as a collective city, develop city partnering framework to identity and promote opportunities for partnering with the publics, with the collaborations of public stakeholders and the government. That is the strategy to achieve the goals of the smart governance. So for the governance of the stakeholder, there's four kinds of the stakeholder that I provided: a governance and public sector, and university, academies, research and innovation centers, and IT construction companies and private centers, and lastly the civil society, socials, and the third center. For more details, yes, I already talked about the governance and public sector in details in the previously. So I will move to the university, academies, and research innovation sector. Academic research plays a big role in the process to create new solutions that can lead to their healthier and more sustainable urban life. So academic research and the related generated and know how will allow cities to progressing towards their full sustainability, increasing the flexibility of the system short and long term. And also research and innovation networks are needed to bring together recent innovations and best practices for smart city solutions. So this is the academic role, and that IT constructions and company private sector, there is no top to explain more about the importance of such kind of IT and IT companies in diagramming their smart city framework. Yes. So for the last civil and society as a dark sector, the needs for concerns of the people are the point of the departure for the community work. Citizen participation is an inherent need for urban regenerations and is fully part of their smart governance tools. And also NGOs and that sector not only influence the behaviors of the companies by influencing its social acceptance, but also that of the politics and of society in general. And And here I put up the innovation tourists because they will visit, the tourists will visit places and city famous for innovation. They present the networks and new contexts, also business opportunities. So they look for the Mandalay and they want to learn, find business opportunity. So that is my conclusions, and that is my conclusion. I would like to conclude with the Tabi Garuma for the expanding the operating infrastructure. Yes, that is just a conclusion that I have been presented and written in the paper. So I recommend that such kind of the paper is just the initial steps for the long-term objectives of the smart cities, and we need to try to come up with the real smart city policies in our country, because there is no real smart city policy in our country like this. Yes, thank you.
Rowan, are you all right? Okay, move to Rowan, please. So, yeah, you have to, Renee, you stop sharing first, and then Rowan, can you share your screen? And don't forget to use your mic and unmute yourself.
Okay, so my topic for the discussion is my tomorrow city. Can you hear me? Yeah. My tomorrow city. So these are the contents of the discussion. I don't need to go through this. So this is a picture of my community. This is where I live. This is Calabar, that's the road. So the city, yeah, so that's the Google map of my city. It's located in the southeastern part of the country. It is actually set on a natural hill. It's more of a hilly city. Major language spoken is the Efik language. One of the common activities within my community is a kind of rite of passage during marriage. Before girls are actually married, there is this rite of passage in which they go through. So they send them to a fasting room where they are being educated on what marriage is all about. They are also being fed. There is this tradition that before a woman goes to her husband's house, she needs to look robust and bossy. So after this, there is a festival known as the Ekombi Festival, where everyone in the community come out and dance. This is after the rite of passage. So there is this kind of sense of belonging and integration of members within the community. Talking about food, my community is home to various varieties of food, and this is another form of social solidarity among the people. There are various journeys where people go. A popular place is the Bokobri corner, where people go to eat, marry, have fun, discuss, and talk about various things. The city is popularly known as a paradise city because it is a tourist attraction in Nigeria. A lot of people go there from all walks of life to see various infrastructures and structures. Talking about the next unit, what does it move my city towards sustainable development? The sustainability of cities is something very, very important. And that is why in my city, the government strives as much as possible to ensure sustainable development. And one of the ways they do that is through trying to promote climate change. So the government introduces policies to encourage climate change, and this is through planting of trees. In fact, every December, a day is being chosen for people to come out and plant trees. This is so they try to make the city a greener city for the climate. Also, we used to have issues of diseases and all that. But the government try as much as possible to introduce policies that will reduce these diseases and try to construct more health centers to make healthcare affordable to the people. Also, to ensure sustainability, the government tries to promote biking, tries to ensure that people buy bicycles so as to reduce pollution, car pollution and noise pollution. So there is better transportation, and also there are walkways. Walkways are constructed along the city for people to walk, sometimes as a form of exercise. There is also the establishment of a body known as the Calabar Urban Development Body. This body was established with the responsibility of ensuring that the city is clean and good for the people to enjoy. Then, what are the challenges of sustainable development that is being experienced in my city? The first one is poor drainage system. This is a major issue that the government is trying as much as possible to tackle. This poor drainage system leads to flooding, especially when there is heavy rainfall. And the major reason for this is inadequate funding, government negligence sometimes, low level of technical know-how, poor monitoring, and other issues. So this is a major challenge to sustainable development in my city. Now, going to smart city, we see what do we mean by smart cities? When we say that a city is smart, we mean that we say that that city is technologically driven and data driven. It is the use of modern sophisticated technology, for example, artificial intelligence, to make sure that life is meaningful, to make things easy in the city. In my city, since 2016, there is a project introduced. That project is called the Calabar Smart City Project. And this project was an attempt to make Calabar a smart city. And it involved improved transportation, security surveillance, infrastructure, better network connectivity, as well as efficiency in governance. So smart city technologies, smart city technology help fight crime, reduce traffic congestion, prevent chronic infections, as well as other problems that are associated with urban life. And talking about the Chiang Mai City baseline cultural mapping, during our group discussions, these were the maps that were drawn: eco-friendly transportation, financial services, co-working space, public hospital, temple, and church. So these are various features that make Chiang Mai a sustainable city to some extent. Then talking about management and governance, there are certain challenges that that the city experiences in terms of transportation, in terms of access to financial services, and the rest. Now, when we talk about sustainability in a city, how does management and governance play? We see that according to the United Nations, cities are a home to 55% of the world population. And that is why urbanization is ranked as the most important development of the 21st century. However, one of the main socio-economic difficulties facing cities today is how to plan and manage modern cities. So towns, cities, and urban areas continue to be impacted by the influence of globalization as well as economic activity. Therefore, to make cities sustainable, one of the ways to do that is to have a proper waste and pollution management. If this is done, then we'll see that cities will be better for living and more sustainable. As we can see in the picture by the right, so we see various things that can be done. In terms of water quality, water should be accessible and should be clean. Sanitation, we need a clean city, we don't need a dirty city. Then better transport services should be introduced. Like in the case of Chiang Mai, this is an issue that, this is a major challenge. But these are things that should be put in place to make cities sustainable. Now, who are the stakeholders that can make this possible? The government, definitely, very, very important. The government should try as possible to introduce policies that will ensure sustainability in a city. Then we cannot ignore the role of civil society members. Of course, the NGOs, various private government partnership, they are also very important to ensure sustainability in a city. Then the agricultural sector. We need farmers. We need more mechanized way of farming to ensure food security for the people. Then we also need experts, academics in various areas to carry out various research in order to make our cities sustainable. And as I said, the civil society, they're also very important. So we cannot ignore the role of trade unions, various pressure groups that need to play a part in this. Then the defense sector, definitely they will need to maintain peace in the city. So in conclusion, the sustainability of a city is something that we should not ignore. It's something very, very important. And that is why people from all walks of life, the government and various regulators in all sectors, they need to play their part to ensure sustainability. So these were the references used for the work. Thank you very much.
Great. And then Clyde, but it moved to you. Okay, if you're ready, yeah.
Can you hear me, my friend from online?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. So yes, here is my presentation on my final report of my tomorrow city. Who's asked you? Okay, sorry, Ajahn. I forgot to turn on the camera. Yes, so here is my this is my outline presentation. So, but I won't go all these all topics. Yes, to flashback what I have done on the unit 1. So my community. So since then, so I realized that since then I mentioned this the places that I mean, which is important for the social engagement. So this and then like number 2 and 3. So I had to write 2 essays. And then in that essay, so I choose these two principles. I mean, city we need socially inclusive and engaging, and then the city we need is economically vibrant and inclusive. And then unit 4, like we did this cultural mapping. So our group was assigned to work on the social engagement. So I mean, this is our cultural mapping that we have done. So layer 1 markets and the 5 places are all, you know, crucially important for the social engagement. So, and then this is the unit 5. We did the exercise also we have done after right after the excursion tour on Chamwai area. So by using these frameworks, I try to approach my community, my township. So the current plan that I already mentioned in my previous 2 essay. So these are the, I mean, yeah. So these 2 problems. So problem of my town. So I also mentioned that, which is totally related to the social engagement issue. So the number 1 is the small numbers of public place that we can use by all demographic, you know, the people with all ages. So as an activity and policy, identifying this potential location that we can transform into public places for all ages, and making those locations are more socially engagement within the township. No, so as a government, from the governance and government side, you know, they should take a leading role, conducting the consultation meeting with the local people and the civil society, and should coordinate with the other minister within the local government, and the community should actively participate in the whole process of I think this is I noted the wrong, sorry. And then from the industry customer side, suppliers and employers, supplier side, they should participate in the process and also provide advice, and their existence, you know, in the public, those public places is crucial to improve social engagement, to have more people. If we don't see any businesses, people cannot, people don't want to go. No? So the problem too is a requirement of religious building for the community, minority community in my, like Christians and Hindu people. So as a policy, like activities or I mean to need to craft the policy to ensure the different religious community to have their own religious building in the township. So from the government side, government should take the lead in promoting each different religious minority community, I mean, building of its own religious building, and also coordinating with the state government to create legal framework for ensuring the right of religious minority communities. And the different religious community, from the community side, the different religious communities should be encouraged to donate the religious building for their minority community, and local faith-based CSO should mobilize their respected community. And also from the suppliers and employers, they should participate actively, appropriately in the various religious festivals. So let me talk about this tomorrow, my tomorrow city. So so this is that I like to, I mean, which is also is quite meaningful for me when I write this essay. So when I see this, I mean, so city should promote harmonious and friendly social environment, and also build civil and safe livable urban neighborhood through the rational planning. They should provide high quality public service in employment, healthcare, education, housing, social welfare, and other areas. They should encourage public participation in the urban planning. governance take into consideration the political and psychological needs of migrants to the city and eliminate social barriers and conflict. So which is mentioned in the Shanghai declarations on the better cities. So according to my themes like social engagement, so I choose sustainable goal number 60 and also 11, which is quite relevant with the social engagement, and also in my previous essay I mentioned that social cohesions. So sustainable goal number 6, so promote peaceful inclusive society for the sustainable development, access to justice for and build accountable and inclusive institution. So under this goal 16, I also choose the indicator 16.3, and also from the 16.3 and 16.B, and also sustainable goal number 1 also quite relevant to my subjects, my topics. Yes, so yes, Yangon has, like I mentioned, that there is a two issue that I would like to adjust. So number 1 is social cohesion, and also number 2 is local participation in the local participation in policy making process. Apart from that, like other city in developing country, I mean, Yangon also had deal with other significant issues such as rapid population growth, migrant shortage, water, and also infrastructure, land, skill, and also finance to support urban development. Insufficient and responsive governance system to address these new uprising and precedent challenges for the sustainable city development. We need effective and efficient government system. Oh my God. So this is the stakeholder that I propose. I mean, the framework that I propose for the urban governance. So the government, from the governance, I have 5 stakeholders. So yes, so decentralization. So I move. So urban government mainly involve the consensus of all stakeholders. However, in Myanmar, government play a significant role in decision making, so that urban so proposed urban governance framework, global government must be, participate, allow with others stakeholder like private sectors, but it is almost same that stakeholder my friends Roland mentioned. No? So the private sector is a major influence, play a significant role in socio-economic development of any cities. And the majorities of the city development working in private sector. And also it's very remarkable thing is that currently 70% of Yangon government expenses is earned from this private sector. So that's why their participation in the urban governance is quite important, and also civil society. So I mean, I know that civil society, I don't need to mention specifically. So the representative for the Forest district from and the Yangon, this is also the representative from the people. Oh, what? And also toward the sustainable city. So the proposed governance will take care of these listed actions like urban planning, engineering, or operations and maintenance, and solid waste management, water supply, sanitation, management of public spaces, and also public health and road safety as well. And yeah, towards sustainable city, Myanmar government typically make decisions, urban management, and democratic aspects of our government show all stakeholders in urban should participate in decision-making process, share responsible. So in the stakeholder, I mentioned these two, particularly these two thing, one issue. So I also involved in the stakeholder list. I also involve universities and research institutes because of the challenges the new urban, challenges is quite unprecedented that no one have experienced. So those institutions like university and research institute, their participation is key in the urban governance in order to provide technical support like training, trainings and also frameworks and developing frameworks, those other things. Thank you, agents and my friends. Sorry, my taking so long.
Okay, we're moving on to the rules that client already and main he should.
Right. Vicky.
Yay. Don't forget to share your screen, Vicky. I don't think you mute yourself. I think you have to unmute already.
Okay, but okay, I start again. So good afternoon, Ajahn. Okay, so today my presentation topic is about the transportation of my community. The community is called Kiranthhanin, and the sustainable goal actually is to have a cohesive territorial development. And according to the documents, it mentioned that if you have a good territorial development, then people do not have to consume that much time and resources to reach the thing they need. For example, go to school, go to work, and so on. However, because the developments in Hong Kong is pretty top down and institutionalized, and people really difficult to participate to what they have in community. Therefore, I try to shift my focus on transportation to see how can we help people to reach the resources they already have in the community. So a few catch up of what I did in the past presentation. So Hong Kong has 18 districts, and the main business area is in the Victoria Harbour. But it is not enough for a small city. Therefore, currently, the government is planning to have 2 more business centers, which is near the Kowloon East and also on the east of Lantau Island, like here. So these 2 new commercial centers are still in developing. However, when you see this geographical location of Kiranthhanin, it is here. So you can see at the current moment, Kiranthhanin is quite far away from the core commercial center. So therefore, the area in Kiranthhanin is mostly residential, or even the area is commercial. It's mainly served for the people there. It's not really like super commercial. So it is a district with 85 kilometers square and population over 500,000, which is quite a lot actually. And in the past, we are having manufacturing or industry, But because of our labor cost increase, so we have no job opportunity in the districts. Therefore, we need to go out to the Victoria Harbour again for the job. And on the right side, this is actually the theme of my presentation. So this is the map of the light rail of Tuen Mun. Light rail is the major transportation in Tuen Mun, and people mostly rely on this. Light rail not only serves as the major transportation for the people in the districts, it's also connecting to the purple line here, this purple line, to connect to the West Rail line. It is called Tuen Mun line now. So this is what the light rail look like. So you can see this is on the ground with the rail, and there is platform, and at most you see a single train on the photos. But when it is in rush hour, there will be 2 trains at the same time. So it shows the whole MTR, which means the railway system of Hong Kong. So here, like the place I circle is where Tuen Mun located, and the yellow line is actually the light rail system I just introduced, which the district people most rely on. But what is the problem of this railway system? The problem is this railway system is developed in the 1980s. Like 45, half centuries ago. So as the population in the district grow, these light rail cannot support the population demand of the districts. So currently, the railway system, the railway company try to increase more train in rush hour. However, it doesn't help. Why? For one hand, because the platform is so small. If you increase the train, actually the speed of the train will need to slow down. So therefore, like the speed of the light rail currently running is far lower than its maximum speed. On the other hand, because light rail is on the ground, so when they increase the number of trains, it's actually also exacerbate the traffic on the road. Yeah. So it is not a good idea. We need to some other ways out for handling a sustainable way of travel for the people within the district. Especially people need to go out to work, and one of the major ways for them to go out is through this metro, and they need to get to these 2 stations in order to get out. Therefore, it is very important to have a good in-district transportation. Yep, and this is a few recap of the last presentation I have. Like we have infrastructure in the districts. However, apart from these districts, mostly is residential area. And you can see the rail, the park, the plaza, the market. It is either really how do I say? You can see like it is really run really well because the government is managing it. So basically, it's very top-down approach. And you can see the shopping mall is privatized. Yeah. Privatized shopping mall. So on one hand, I explain why we need the transportation. On the other hand, I would like to tell you that in the future, the demands for the transportation in Tuen Mun is increasing, although you are not seeing it now. So Tuen Mun is here in the orange color, and actually we are closely connected to mainland. So we have the Shenzhen Bay Bridge already, as shown in here. However, recently we also having a Hong Kong Zhuhai Macau Bridge, which is here. So you can see people from mainland can come to Hong Kong and can come to Tuen Mun, and the district near Tuen Mun can go out to mainland China through Tuen Mun. So we can see there will be a need, further a need for population that is not living in the Tuen Mun for the transportation in Tuen Mun. And furthermore, we have a link here. It is called the Tuen Mun Chek Lap Kok link. which is a link to airport. So we can foresee that Tuen Mun is a hub like for transportation to airports and mainland. However, like the local transportation is not operating. And so come back to my goal, I developed it a few lectures ago. So the first one is compassionate. Why I say compassionate? Because the housing that near the main station would be more expensive. However, people live more far away from the main station will have a cheaper housing price. But you really need to get to those main stations, right? But if you really need to take the LRT, you really consume so much time. And actually, it's not that fair, and it's not really compassionate for people who cannot afford to live near the core or near the main station. Therefore, like my goal is compassionate. The second is open. So Tuen Mun is already open. So we have so many infrastructure connecting to the other places, but the transportation within the community also need to help the district to stay open. The third is about connection within the district. Here. So therefore, I suggest that we have a bike lane. We need to, to improve the bike lane in Tuen Mun. Actually, Hong Kong already have a super long bike lane. We have a bike lane from Tuen Mun to the north, to the east of Kowloon. Actually, the bike lane can across here, super long. Yeah, across here, like this long. However, and also the bike lane in Tuen Mun, which is green in color and red in color, is connect the whole Tuen Mun together. So I think there is potential. Sorry, one more minute. So I think there is potential for Tuen Mun to be a bikeable city, like as a substitute for the light rail system. Although like it cannot, cannot really support the population's demand for the transportation. However, it could be a substitute for the people in there as a choice, as an option to see what they can do in the future. Yeah, and this is the map here. So we can see there is issue with the bike lane, although it's really long, but you see there is disconnection. Like there are always disconnections. Yep, like the map is disconnecting. And the green number here is about the parking spots, and we do not have evenly distributed parking spots, and we don't have enough parking spots for it. So it is something we can work on. Yep, and this is the issue we are having. Yeah, and the photo of showing the issue, like there are too many, because the bike lane is consistent. People always need to get down the bike to push the bike. And to encourage people to get down the bike, there are like objects like this gray area, this cylinder. Actually, this is also one of the reasons why people are having accidents. So this is the room we can improve. And this is the stockholder, because Hong Kong is mainly having a top-down approach. So I still have a top-down approach in this discussion. But I would suggest that like we can involve more conversation from the bike lover and district council, because there are quite a number of people really like using bike in Hong Kong. Yep. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
CP.
Yes, hello, Ajahn. Yeah.
If you're ready.
Yes. And then now you all can see my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good afternoon, Ajahn and my classmate. Today I'm going to present about my tomorrow city, which is Yangon. And my main motto is easy to access. So in my presentation, I will be a highlight about my community, and also my community, my future city, which is about the sustainable policy which is need to be implemented, and also the some recommendation and the about the city that I dream. First, I would like to introduce the community that I belong to. So I'm born and raised in Yangon. So I grew up in the center of the city, which is an area with historical and modern landmark and building, and it is called the Chao Dada Township. So you can see in the map too, the township of the Chao Dada. So also my community conducts some volunteering action in, together to be a better and greener community. We also partner with the organization like Do-Ain or Clean Yangon, and our cooperation restore the old colonial building and turn them into live-ever and the sustainable building. Or we like and also we like collect the trash and clean the sewage and also made our neighborhood cleaner. So this is the community that I belong. And also, there is also a Facebook group that we create, including volunteers, some resistant, our elected MP, and the activism community as well. So the main, before I present the city Yangon, I would like to introduce you about what is the city Yangon. So Yangon, formerly known as Rangoon, is the capital of the Yangon region and the largest city of Myanmar. So Yangon served as the capital of Myanmar until 2006, before the Napier established, with over 7 million people live in Yangon City. The main SDG challenge faced by the Yangon is the transportation problem. The city has a cycle train line and a bus system that was recently refound, and the unfashionable ferry service along Yangon River. And the all those systems are gradually improving, but it needs to be improved quicker as the city is hosting more and more residents and cars. Also, Yangon is a city with a lot of culture and historical building, and it has a lot of green area with many trees as well. But there was no specific plan of making the city sustainable and green in the previous administration, and also of course now of Yangon. So my other goal to mission is to create a greener and more sustainable city by preserving the green area and the historical building of Yangon. And as I mentioned before, my city, the main motto of my future city is easy to access, and which will allow everyone, people to have easy access to all the features of the city and the management, regardless of their race, religion, gender, or disability. So my future city enable all the communication and transportation features for all the residents, and informally that bring sustainable development of the city while we analyze and evaluate the applying policy. So that we will also adopt the modern transportation and also the green and sustainable energy resources. And for the sustainable policy for better transportation, Yangon will be a cycle with urban highway network that does not go through the downtown area like Shuragon and the Kanoji area, which are the considered for the preservation. And also, the public transportation will be developed by having a ferry along the Yangon River that ran the parallel with the electronic train like that, and around along the long Strand Road. The method I mentioned in the slide. Yeah. And as an overall summary, the transportation award of the city ran all together with the ferry system and electric train, bus line, and the cycle trains. In addition to that, the resident can rent a scooter or a bicycle through the mobile application as well. So another thing is the uniform colors payment system. There will be a uniform payment system for any kind of transportation. For example, like Apple Pay in the UK or Singapore, or the transportation station and vehicle will be set up with free Wi-Fi for the public, and there will be a visible QR code whenever the customer can easily submit the complaint and the suggestion and the feedback. And another thing is that I mentioned before, like evaluation and analysis. So and also the roof of the wall of the public transport station will be decorated with small trees and flowers that will enhance the nature and green for the society, like in Yangon. And another thing is there will be a policy that does not allow the building of the skyscraper in the build of the preservation area of Yangon. So Chiranthani Pagoda, which is famous and will be visible for every corner of the city with the background of raising the skyscraper. So, and the city council will encourage residents to have the also to have the solar panel on the rooftop of the residential building in order to reduce the pollution or the electronic device, like in the urban area, in order to maintain the sustainable energy consumption as well. So for the to manage and governance plan in Yangon, I would like to highlight with 4 keywords, which are the policy implementation and the stakeholder and the ideas. So there would be a policy that as we discussed in Unit 2, the major challenge of Yangon is to be a sustainable developed city, transportation, preservation of the historical and the cultural building, and to have sustainable energy resources. So to implement, to implement a sustainable policy for each of these topics, the same stakeholder group will be applying as we learn in Unit 5, like which are the customer, governments, and community, and investor, and the employee, and the supplier, vendor, etc. And the stakeholder are the people to implement and drive to set the policy and apply them to fulfill their daily needs and make their life better and more sustainable. So the goal of a sustainable transportation policy is to meet the economic, social, and environmental requirement of the resident and business in the city, and it should encourage the resident to use the public transportation instead of their own private transport. And many more. And my main motto of Tomorrow Yangon, as mentioned before, is easy to access. So the same payment and the dual code compliant platform will be used for those transport models. And also the new transportation policy should be applying to reduce the amount of the traffic jam in the city. And it will also add an urban highline network that connect around the city of Yangon. And also there will be awareness campaign to attract the public to use more for those new public transportation model, and based on the evaluation and the survey. And another thing that I would like to highlight is the policy of the heritage preservation. So no more high-risk building than the existing Yangon skyline, and no more building should be taller than the Chiranthani Pagoda. This policy is set not just because of the religious purpose, but more for this pagoda has the heritage and is the most beautiful landmark of the city. So, and the downtown and cultural heritage area should be preserved as buffer. And the government should encourage and support citizens to preserve and restore the historic actor and agricultural building in the city. Also, the government cooperate with like civil society organization and the international community, as well as the INGO and NGO to advocate the benefit of the preservation. And the last one is the renewable energy resource policy. So first of all, the government encourages citizens to use the public transportation instead of their own transport, and this initially reduce the fuel consumption. And also, international investor would be invited to distribute solar panel to be installed over the rooftop of the residential and government building in the city, so that those should be affordable and easily accessible. And the government and concerned group will raise awareness about the renewable energy resources. And also the government and stakeholder and civil society organizations should plan to grow plants and flower on the roof of the every building of the public transportation and also the community as well. So these are all about the my tomorrow city. Thank you so much. This is the reference.
Thank you, Siti. Thank you. And the last person, E. Hello, E.
Yes, hello. Yes, Ajahn. Yeah,
See,
thank you very
share your
much.
screen.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for I didn't include you in the class. I'm sorry.
Good evening, all Ajahn and friends. This is today I'm the last presenter for this class, and I think you all will be very tired for the whole almost the whole afternoon. So today I would like to present about my final presentation on this urban management and governance. This is my tomorrow. My tomorrow city is my city, my community, about my hometown. I don't would like to be. I catch all of the previous slides, so I will just only present the unit 6.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yes. So this is the content that I did for the my unit 6. Is a city stretcher, and what I use it is applying for the SDG, which SDG plans, and the other 2 is urban governance and stakeholder and management and action plan. So as you know, this is where my city is located here. It is occupied by the Phuwa region. As you all know, just this is very briefly structure of my city. This is situated along the way of Yangon highway, but you know, in the very first invented stretch out the city, they in a colonial time, they built the city along the railway station, railways. In order to be do the cultural mapping, I did some city my city and in like with the baseline map. No, all of my data was lost, so that is why I have to do again starting from last overnight. Oh, fine. This is the basic structure. This highlighted one is the OCT, very OCT plan. At that time, only this area is invented. So I could not add the layer, so that is why in this layer I just put tower here. From in the perspective of the cultural and religious place, here those are scattered all around the city. You can see it includes not only the monastery of the Buddhist monastery, but also the one for Muslim temple, and then another one for the Chinese temple here as well. And it in the health and education sport and layer, we only have one basic education high school, but you know, there are a lot of primary school, right? And we have only one hospital there, and another one is that this one is the traditional health hospital. Yeah. I only have one library and one football field and some playground for this. Because I did this layer because I would like to do some cultural mapping based on this baseline map. So this is the government offices, and this is, we only have one landmark.
I don't think your slide is following your screen right now, because we are all see just only the basement map. We just see your slide, not actual map that you just mentioned. You can new share or share it again.
New share again.
Yeah, a new share with your screen, because stop sharing and then share again with your screen, not your PowerPoint view. Yeah,
it's okay.
Right now we can see you now. Yep.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. And this is the old city area, and the other is in I just before mentioned already, and then we have a like municipal market here in the middle of the town area. And this is the business mostly in our town, the rice mill. You can see there are 13 rice mill and 3 wine mill in this area. You know, the area is actually, this is the old area, and then after that, in our time, this area broader around this side, and then our town, our city area is not only business. We can also connect to the other city from this way or from this side, and then also connect with the suburban place, like the big village, and you can see the city area is now very big. Not only this on this side, also to the other side of the highway. Okay, I will start sharing this, and I will continue my PowerPoint slide. So you can see I put this from the old area to the new area. And this is when I did my Tomorrow City, it is belong to and consistent with the this. The main SDG is SDG Plan 11 is to be affordable, to be like sustainable community and sustainable city. In this regards, it is to be affordable, accessible, and safety and well-being of the resident and neighborhoods. So, and then secondly, is to be in line with the Sustainable Development Goal 3 and 7 is good health and well-being and affordable and clean energy. Then the final one is should be also be taken to be included because of we also care about the environment. So green environment, which is needed to develop relevant strategies and action being in line with the climate action, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. So this is how the way I structure the urban governance and stakeholder. This one is I use recall back the agenda lecturer. We have to think about starting from the local level, and then after that we can then broader to the regional, and then after that national level. In the local level, the stakeholder should be include, and the baseline match should be include the temple, school, village, and then in the broader level, like NGOs, agency, and other professional organization, and in the national level, like national organization, government, and governance, and international organization. So according to the lecture, urban governance refers to how government, local, regional, and national and stakeholder decides how to plan, finance, and manage urban areas. So in the urban governance and stakeholders, I refer to the definition of this stakeholder. I don't want, I will skip this part because of the time being. And then in my stakeholder choosing as a local level, I think as a local level first, so local community should be included, and then for volunteers, civil society, some all residents, because all residents, they know more about the histories of the city area, not only the city area, but also the neighborhood place. So, and then also we also think about for the young residents, and then people from disadvantaged groups not be to be inclusive, and then another one is like sub-urban community for the neighborhood thinkings, and some other like a scholar who are expert in urbanization, and some architecture and artists and technicians, and also the administrator from the government side and municipal as well. You have to think about this as a consideration under the stakeholders. As a urban management and action plan, so I did firstly define what is the urban management. So urban management is a concern with only the policies, plans, programs, and practice that seeks to ensure that population growth is matched by the access to basic infrastructure, shelter, and employment. So my action plan is to include the community, is to build the knowledge base, to mobilize community collaboration, and to strategize or making action. So in the stakeholder list is the architects and artists also included. It will be because they can help us for enhancing the community self knowledge and sustainable community development. So participation from the private stakeholder can have also like advanced financing. They can also invest if they are interested, and if the project is for the sake of their interest. And also we can also get some new business idea from the entrepreneur as well. From the academic point of view, we can also we should also be considered from the R&D as well. And lastly, not but the least, is with the cultural policy approach. So this will also present the development of cultural and creative sectors and more holistic inquiries about the local. So I did this. I set up the options and area of the study because of I follow the cultural mapping process. What agent teach us. So in my tomorrow city topic study. So I did the management and governance action and stakeholder like this. In another subgroups. So I plan to do with the I focus group discussion with our town sequence association. So they have this plan. So I can meet with them, and then for the data source, I can get this data and format is like that. So in order to be for the time being, I will skip. You can see, and you can make some like comments if there is if you would like to want to know more about this. Yeah.
I think its time is running out. Okay, can you
Okay.
just summarize things? Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
thank you. Oh, the last slide.
Thank you. Yes, this is last slide, Jen.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for 6 members. Oh, guys, give a big hand. Give them a big hand. I think it's very great to hear all of the student works, but I think it's time for reflection or discussion with Ajahn Kai.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe I I give the comments from backward because I think it's better. Can I ask you about the last table?
Yes.
Is it the plan or what you have done?
Yes, this is plan. If I did the like HUIS project, I just in the plan by following the agenda. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think it's a good point that you already know what is the next step. I think this is a very good point. And another point I like to mention, maybe your place can call only a village or a town.
It's a town.
It can be a city because look at its small size. It's very small, and I really like to know how many people are there. So you also mentioned about the temple of Buddhist and Muslim, right? It's quite amazing for me because the community is very small, but mix of people. Maybe this is one of the key issues. The same as somebody else has mentioned about. I'm not sure who. We will talk about later because this last presentation, there's another person talking about the mix of people in one settlement or in one area. I think that should be one of the key issues because do you have any problems or any integration? If it seems to me that they are in a very good integration, so you should mention about this. It should be a strong point of your settlement. Okay, and then the next.
Thank you, Jen.
Set yes. Interesting. I am very interested in the plan of your settlement. You said that it's in the city center, right? But,
yes, Ajahn.
Look at the shape of the settlement. I wonder how it comes from. So maybe that will be one of the issues as well that you can mention. You talk about the mode of transport. I think what you mentioned, in categories, they are very good, but there's no connections. I think it's the same as Vicky in this sense about the transportation. It would be very nice if you could give us more information about the functions of the area. Vicky also mentioned about the city center and then the area that connect with the mainland. Right. Okay, Thank you very much. Another tool that you can use is the land use map, existing land use map. For example, yes, when Jonathan talk about the zone, the existing zone, that could be one of the things that you can understand the area, and then you know that why this transportation mode is important. But for CP, I think you haven't mentioned about modes of transport, existing modes of transport. I don't know whether they are now using motorcycle, bicycle, cars, or what. So maybe if you mention that, it will connect to your suggestion better. Okay. And when you talk about your suggestion or your observation, you said small number of public spaces. Okay, that is quite clear. But then you said more Christian and Hindu temple. We wonder why. So it's what I like to say is this and so somebody else. I think the one before Trey. You said something like, you know, the end product or the end policy without showing enough information or data why this policy is important to your community. Okay. Yeah, or choose the important information to show that your suggestion is important. Okay. Okay, and then Roland, I think I'm so wonder about your city, the same as because you talk about your city and then how many people I can't remember. It looks like a city to me to the map, but then when you talk about the greenery or when they want to plant a lot of greens, so it looks like a suburb. So try to make it very clear with your photograph. Your presentation should, you know, point to the same thing that you like to say, because you use some of your photographs to make me confused that is it a, but look at the map, I think it's a city. So we really like to know more about your city. And then smart technologies, smart city, is it good for this kind, or it's relevant for this kind of level of city or not? We are not sure about that. Okay, this is my rough idea about the presenters. Thank you.
Okay, my time. Okay, really, I think Mandalay would be elaborate, but in which way, right? Because you just give me an answer for the IoT, the Wi-Fi, e-service, and everything, but all of this direct Mandalay to which way? I think it could come up, and you just said it's SDG 11, right? It could invent city and communities. So I think most of these 6 members without EE, 5 of you didn't study about people. There's no community invent. It's just strategies, right? I think really you have to think what if those infrastructure would drive the city for, right? Because right now most of you focusing on problems, and then you will solve the problems without no directions, without the new point of view. I think most of you, I mean like 5 of you before EE, you just mentioned everything about the top view, but you also do the top view as well. So I think you should invent city and communities and what is the main topic to drive. This is a research. You cannot build up the new country, right? You already have many policies, but you have to specific one problems, one focus, and then we will understand Wi-Fi, IoT, e-service, what make this mentally innovate to which directions. Just focusing on one direction, that would be great. Okay, and then Lauren, I think Lauren, you understand them clear because you are there, you know them very well. But you see, like this logo, they have like challenge when the culture become the city, right? It is a challenge because it's very pumped up with the economies. But once it turned out to be a city, it was pollution, it can live well. So this is the problem. So how can make this deal better? You mentioned about e-governance, which is, I think, is very great. It's translucent. It can be the new thing. And you mentioned about IoT and AI. I would like to see 3 things. How can it work? Like how the city can manage e-governance with IoT and AI. But one important thing that you forgot, all of this happen from the bottom. You have to bring the bottom with you. You have to bring people. So I think people data is the key. People data could drive your city, and this is a smart city by smart people, not just smart city without people. I think you have to make it more full circle by the starting point. Okay, and I think is very interesting because you see things as problems. I want you to change your point of view to become potential. Like the first problem you mentioned about aging, you have to think this is aging society. This is potential, not problems. And secondly, you're talking about the diversity. Every city use the diversity as the how to say that pro, not con. I think this is a very good way that your city have aging and diversity. So if you see these things as potential, you will not end up with 5 duties. Because 5 duty is very strong, strict, right? You have to think about your words, which is important. Public service. Public service could be anything, right? But public service could thinking of people. But I really like the networking of government, industry, and communities. But you have to dig deep because this network could happen in any place in the world. But maybe who in your government could be the leader, and your community is just not. Community is local, civil society that you mentioned, right? Who is in that? And also industry, who is the big hand or big money industry in your city? And that you can see like all of this public service. What is the service that this city need, right? And it could be open and it's not solve problems. It elevate people's life. It's improving people's life. And that could be the Yangon township, that visual from the intangible things, not township from tangible things. Okay, Vicky, I think you will study a lot about cities and strategies, but you cannot touch the ground yet because right now you just think from bigger scale to small scale, right? But I would like to see who's people there. Right now you mentioned about the bicycle route, the new train, the new power that will strike to another side of the city. That can change people's life, right? And all of this, creating the life of Tuan Mun. And what if the Tuan Mun people is, right? That could come up with the people, how they use the city, how they understand the neighborhood, and then the infrastructure in terms of transportation will make for them, especially niche, and for them specifically, not from the bigger views, and then people just have to go outside, inside, and then live in the gap. No, we have to creating the transportation to people. I think you have to study a little bit more to touch the ground, to touch the people. and that would be the perfect and would be the new purpose of the city, which is creating by the people, the real people of Tansukanun. And CP, I think CP, your works is divided, it's all bullet, it's out of the place, like the problem of transportation, the problem of energy, the preservation things, all of divided. So I couldn't see which the direction is your city will go to. And don't forget to think about people, because I couldn't see life in it. I couldn't see like how should I go there, because you will develop case by case, point by point, topic by topic, and new politics should not think only the missions. It could be the same mission with the common issues. And for the final one, EE, I think EE is very like understand people like Roland, but EE come up with an idea which is like the controversial about the urban development and also the agriculture city. And I think that is point out about the urban sprawl. The urban sprawl had the problem. So how can Pago who creating our own their own strategies or their own politics or their own village, right? Because you mentioned about village and also the new street and the big scale of the city, but it's never how to say like literate in the one point of view. I think you mentioned about health, and I think health is the 21st century goal, not wealth, because I think wealth is 20th century goal, like how to make more money, but you mentioned about health. I think focusing on health by people and do the rice culture. I think rice culture is the key to connect industrial culture and also city by people. Okay, that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Jan.
Okay, I can unmute now, right? Okay. For Roland, I think you talk about agriculture. I really like to know what kind of crops or what are you exploiting. And the others, if you really want to use, you can also take this. And I forgot to mention when you talk about the private sector, I think I haven't heard much about the others talking about private sector. I think it's a very good point. You can keep on with that point. Okay, thank you very much indeed.
I think that's enough for our class. So yeah, there's no examination at all, but you have to submit a report right by tonight. If you submit are you already? Yeah. If you already, that's fine. But if you want to upgrade something, you can submit by tonight. That's fine. That's safe. If you already submitted, that's safe. And me and Ajahn Kai will read on the report carefully and like every word that you just type it down. Because right now we have 10 minutes limited. So I know like you are so great, but yeah, like hello to people.
Shall we standing here with the people who are online, and then we have the
photos.
Photo.
Yeah, I think all of you have in house, right? In the future, come up to the screen. And people from online, could you open your camera and we can have a good photo, which is together. No, you don't have to submit a report, right? Just read the report. Okay. Just review.
I can leave.
Jan, we can hear you.
Everyone in psychology architecture now, and everyone just impressed with this space. Maybe next time you can come over here.
Sure, Jan. Today just only because I'm not very good feeling well, so that is why.
Oh.
No, I mean real with.
Okay, guys, just get in. Ten, 9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Let's check.
Shall I sit?
10, sure, ครับอาจารย์
Full screen. Okay. Okay. You will not have. Okay. I have to back up. 10 minutes.
10 seconds. Not 10 minutes. 10, 9.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Thank you.